And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine,
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want. But I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel Unafraid, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date is Sunday, September 29th in the year of our Lord 2024. Yes, it is Sunday. Sunday. We are doing the show on Sundays now. Do you guys have any idea how hard it is to book guests for a Sunday? It is not easy. Most people expect these programs to be on a Friday night or a Saturday night, or at least an evening. But Sundays, we are becoming a rare breed indeed. Today's guest is none other than the Troublemaker himself, Troublemaker Jonah. Jonah is a researcher and social media podcast personality who last time talked to us about the Hittites and the double-headed eagle. He joins us today to discuss the worldwide banking scheme and various topics related to the Illuminati, Rothschilds, etc., etc. So we are pumped about that. And don't forget to head over to endofdaysradio.com to keep up on everything End of Days Radio. You can search our archives. You can grab my email. That's daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. You can also donate to the show. Needing those donations badly. This is a free show, free for you and me. We are building our listener base. We've got lots and lots of listeners, but I want to keep this show free. There's other shows out there where you have to listen to a commercial every 5 minutes about how they want you to pay for their this or that paywall, service hidden behind a paywall, more content hidden behind a paywall, or they just want you to pay for the whole thing, or you can't even listen, right? That's not the mission statement of this show. This show is meant to wake up humanity, not collect humanity's profits. Right? Like the underpants gnome, still underpants, blank, and then profit. That's what a lot of these podcasters are trying to do. Me, I'm a different breed. I'd love to make a little cash show along the side, but not at the expense of making it harder for you to hear my wonderful voice or the voice of our wonderful panel members and wonderful guests. It ain't gonna happen. By the way, the title of this show is Kicking Over Tables via Jonah. He wanted to square that away right away. And let's stop wasting our breath. Let's bring on the man himself, the man of the hour, the troublemaker under the stars, Troublemaker Jonah. Oh no, I can't hear him. No. This is what happens when you don't do a sound check. We bring the guest on and something's off, something's wrong, something's not working. He's muted himself. Oh no. His headphones hanging off his left ear. It looks like he did that on purpose. Looks like an earring dangling there. Jonah, what's wrong? Can you hear me? My fault, my fault. I should have sound checked with you. He's working on it. Well, until we can get Jonah back, we do have a third world assassin waiting in the wings.
Greetings.
Hey.
Yes, I've been doing some reading of the dark side of Freemasonry and found some very interesting stuff. I think I've told you about it vaguely. The that page I sent you from that book. Where's it at? How they're practicing like witchcraft, basically. I've got the page real quick if you want me to read a couple of the quotes.
Okay, because when you sent that to me, I was actually driving, and while I do occasionally risk my life and text drive, I don't like to read pages of books. That tends to cause me to swerve.
Yeah, the basically so William Cooper does this episode number 1063 about the Lucius Festival or something, and how the UN was making all these people say the same prayer at the same time on the same day around the world. And that so this quote, I'll be quick about it. This creative work is accomplished when a lodge of Masons becomes unified and is enabled to work together as one functioning coherent body. The Masons learn by participating in such a ritual to work, say, and think the same thing simultaneously. And so then it goes on. We've already quoted parts of this earlier in another context, but here let us point out that anyone at least the least bit familiar with magic and witchcraft will recognize this as a description of the witches' coven carrying out their work, quote unquote, which is called the creative work. And so then Bailey emphasizes the need for a, quote, a formulated uniformity of thought, end quote, may have behind it and underlying it the concentrated attention and thought power of the assembled Masons, end quote. And so it's like psychology, you know. It goes on to state that the power of this united thought would be hypnotic in its potency. Masonry in its true and highest sense is magical work, quote unquote. And that so it's like this great work is this making man believe their God work. They're doing it through a type of hive mind system, and that excuse me, and that they are it's psychology. It's not like real magic. It's psychology, and that they're at it'd be. I try to talk to Dr. Rob, but he hasn't been around. I'd like to hear his opinion on this because it's a very interesting subject. But the oh, he is here. Oh, cool. I haven't seen him around on Twitter lately. I was hoping he was okay.
Oh, no, I'm all right, man. I just had some serious jet lag.
Oh, where? Yeah, I've never.
I was in New York for like. Can you guys hear me well or no?
Yeah.
I had some serious. I was in New York for about like 8 days, like last week or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, you got de-smog from that New York air.
That was cool, man. I had like a really, really nice time out there, man. I hung out with a old friend of mine, or old student of mine, a spiritual student, who I kind of like awakened her psychic abilities and shit. And I hung with her. She's a doctor,
Test.
and she lives in Astoria right now. So I was out there hanging with her, man. She showed me around. We went everywhere, man. We had a good time, man. Real
Nice.
good
Oh,
time,
yeah.
dude. Yeah. I stayed, I stayed with her. You know what I mean? And she had like a house full of like other medical students and biological engineers.
Oh
Some
shit.
Muslim students, man. And I made them tacos for the first time and all that shit, man. I had a real good time.
Oh yeah.
I got pictures of it, man. Yeah, it was nice.
Did you sing the song?
Huh?
Did you sing the song?
There's a taco song?
Writing the news. I want to.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
New York, New York.
No, I can't.
Oh, yeah. I was out, I heard that too, and I was
promise.
New York in it too.
All right. Oh, it looks like we got Jonah back. I'll get back with him. I'll bring you guys back on in a second. Clint and Dr. Robert, good to touch bases with you guys. Jonah, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you. Can you hear me?
You can barely hear me?
Yeah, no, I'm troubleshooting here. I troubleshoot my laptop at the same time.
Try turning up
Don't
your
want to
volume.
get done, right? Obviously. No, I'm using Bluetooth as a speaker, so as long as you can hear me, you just came in here, so it picked up. And well, you know that I've been kind of living with on a farm with no electricity, so I thought I'd fire up my laptop for the first time since February. And I guess I should have tested that in a bit. So,
Okay, you're coming
I'm
a
on my
little.
phone.
Oh, you're on your
Give me
phone?
a second here.
Yeah, I turned
my phone.
I turn your volume down. You sound a lot better. Go ahead and say something. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testes.
There we go. Can you hear me? I'm in there.
Oh, you sound great. You
I
sound
see
great.
you.
Let's keep it right there.
You hear and see me.
I do not see you, unfortunately. You don't see me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the visual isn't that important. I love to be able to see you because I like to read the aura of my guests. That way I can connect with them on a quantum spiritual level. But it's not a necessity. I can do that anyway using my remote viewing powers. So we should just go ahead and get the ball rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Jonah's like, no, fuck that. I want them to see me in all my glory. Okay, you work on that. Let's talk to Dr. Robert a little bit more about his trip to New York, New York. So Dr. Robert, did you get a hot dog?
Nah, but I ate like this real I went to this real cool little burger joint out there in Astoria, man. On it's called Ditmar. So
Ditmar.
so I was basically I was basically like isolated myself to like a street called Steinway, which is where the crib is located that I was staying at. And then I would go down Ditmar back and forth because you can take Ditmar going all the way to Astoria Park, right? And Astoria Park is good. I had a good time. I was talking to everyone from New York, man. I had them laughing like a motherfucker, cuz we had a real good time, man. Anywhere I go, man, I just like talking to people. I had a great time.
That's
like a real good time. And my homegirl took me everywhere, man. I mean, like, she was holding my arm. We walked around, we talked, yeah, because she loves me, man. We had like we had a real good time. She missed me. I'm like her big brother. I call her my baby sis. And she's just really happy to see me. She's from India, Kashmir. And I met her one day when I was like up there kind of reading at a library at a university called Laverne University. And we started talking about like serious spiritual matters. We kind of clicked and hit it off. And then I taught her, I awakened some of her psychic abilities, like taught her telepathy and a few other things. It was a form of self-defense and to read people's energy and aura and stuff like that. And, like she used to babysit my daughter for me. We had a real good time, man. I helped her with a landlord dispute, so it was good. So when we met each other, man, just like a brother and sister reuniting. We haven't seen each other for about 5 years. And she showed me all around New York, man, like the subway system. I even washed some of my clothes at some of the like New York laundromats and shit like that.
Oh,
Man, I talked to so many New Yorkers, man, about like politics and about like can we trust our politicians and leaders and shit like that, man? And that's some pretty interesting discussions, man. Like a lot of the New Yorkers I talked to, in Astoria, man, like they weren't feeling politics at all, really, to be honest with you.
I remember when Hillary was kind of becoming their representative over there.
Yeah, yeah. But other than that, man, like the people are really, really nice in New York, man. Like really, really nice. I actually think they're a lot nicer than Californians.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And it's like a melting pot out there. At least this is my experience. Like when I went to some of the supermarkets out there, because I actually cooked out there a few times, man. I made them hamburgers too. And because it's interesting because like it's such a melting pot, and when you factor in like the history, like Ellis Island, it's like is that me?
No, that's Jonah. You got that infinite. Oh, wait, hold on. He's logging on in a different way. So let's.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Oh, you sound great and you look great.
Yeah.
Let me kill the phone.
It's like the Verizon commercial. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
So what I did is I've been kind of living on a farm without electricity, and I'm staying in a different place right now. So I decided to use my laptop, but it hasn't been turned on since February. So
in the meantime, it has developed its own sentience.
Well, I'm just using the mic right on the laptop, and
it's funny how sometimes simple works better, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So
alrighty. Well, let's get it on. Let's get it on.
Good to see you, Jonah.
Good to see you, Robert.
Groovy, man. I'll let you guys get to it, Dan. You can put me back.
Stay on if you want, Dr. Robert.
Oh, groovy, man. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to, man. I'll just sit back and listen and observe.
Yeah.
Don't mind me. I'm just doing recon.
We'll mix it up today. So how long has it been since we talked last time, Jonah? I know you were on with us last week, but it's been a while since we did a show like this.
Since I was a guest, I know that exactly because I got evicted on February 14th. My birthday was February 15th, and we recorded on February 9th, so I know that 100%. There were some things going on at the time. So, no, man, you know what? Sometimes in life, you got to be thrown into the gutter to fucking come out of come out the top of rope, or whatever you want to say. So, because of things that were happening, I made changes to my life that I probably wouldn't have made otherwise because I was complacent and comfortable.
Life is a series of ups and downs.
Yeah, most definitely. So I have no complaints about any of it, and
And I can relate to that because sometimes you have to go through some shit to like not only appreciate what you have, but just to get stronger. Because if we don't have to face any evil or adversity, how the heck are we gonna ever evolve or become stronger or even know that we're not strong enough in the first place?
Yeah, and honestly, like we all talk shit on like all the 15-minute cities, the freedom cities, and all that, and then I was living in the city and life was comfortable, so and then it wasn't comfortable, so then I moved out to the farm and I'm loving it. Like literally living on. I've been on a farm since February with no electricity, although I did get hooked up this week, but then other things were going on that I had to leave the property and come to another one, like for work purposes or whatever. And then, so, it's kind of funny. I've been there for 8 months with no electricity, and then now it's on and I'm not even there.
It's cool when shit works out like that, huh?
Oh yeah, most definitely. I mean, again, dude, like I say, it's not something that I went out of my way to do, but then I'm like, oh shit, like just
trust in the force.
you know, just the impact on your life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's sometimes you just gotta trust in the force, man, and just go with the flow.
yeah.
You know what I mean? You know, just let go and go with the flow. The universe kind of knows where you need to be at better than you do sometimes.
Yeah, most
You know?
definitely.
Because we're born
it
in the
might
world
even
that fools our heads with a lot of bullshit. You know what I mean?
And it might even
Yeah,
be
most
that
definitely.
we kind of form these experiences on some subconscious level as well. I mean, we might, like, I always have this thing that happens where I get some kind of vision of where I want to be or what I want to be doing, and then somehow that ends up happening in the following months or following years. Like, it's always like that. Like an
You know,
inner.
Dan, you want to hear a real funny story?
Sure.
Real funny, weird, man. So, you met my my student Mookie, right? You
Yeah,
remember, like,
he came on
yeah.
here with us when that show didn't work out a few weeks ago.
Okay, so I'm hanging out with him because I've been doing a lot of spiritual work with him and on him. So he's like living out of his car right now, right?
Oh, okay.
And so he's on EBT. So I've been taking care of him, feeding him, taking care of him, training him, getting him strong. And so we walk into to KFC because he has an EBT card, and he said he was almost out of money and he wanted a soda, right? And I forgot my wallet and I didn't have my phone on me because I have Apple Pay, right?
Yeah.
But as soon as I said, man, I wish I can get you a soda, man, and you deserve it because he's been doing some work with me. I said, I'm sorry, I forgot my wallet. All of a sudden, this man just appears behind us out of nowhere, no bullshit. And he starts talking to us, and he starts asking us, is there any good weed spots over here, right? So I'm talking to him, right? So he tells Mookie, he goes, you know what, man? Here's some money. So he gives Mookie some money. Go in there and get him a soda, get you a soda, and if you drink beer or something, because I want a beer, give me a beer too, right? So I'm kicking back talking to this motherfucker, right? And already, dude, my psychic spider sense is tingling like a motherfucker, right? And I'm just getting a bad vibe about this motherfucker, right? So all of a sudden, this motherfucker drop his bag, right? And all these envelopes fall out, right? And in these envelopes is just stacks of motherfucking cash, right?
What the hell?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
So I tell this cat, right? Because he's in the hood, kind of, right? And Mookie right now is, he's cool. I'm working with him, but the motherfucker still like got those those crime opportunity instincts, right? So luckily Mookie was in the store at the time, right? So I kind of whisper in his ear and I go, look, man, you need to put that shit up and make sure nobody sees it. Because they will book your ass over here, right? I'm being serious with him, right? I'm saying, you being a little too open and a little too, reckless with what you got on you, dude. And this is a lot of money. And it had dates on it and all kind of shit, right? So then we're walking with him, right? Because I'm trying to get away from him because I have a bad vibe. I'm trying to get Mookie away from him too. Because I don't want to have a similar accident in front of Mookie. Because like I said, Mookie's criminal instincts might kick in, right? And he might see him as an easy Vic and take his money, right? Because Mookie's from neighborhood Crip 60s, rolling 60s all the way. That's Nipsey hood. Know those niggas and everything. So look. So we walking, right? So all of a sudden, man, this man pull up in a black truck, right? Like just swoop on him real fast, man. Mean mugging him, right? And he's sticking out his index finger and he's motioning him to come to him, right?
What the hell?
And right away, dude, I tell Mookie, man, just keep walking, man. Because, I sense something bad is about to happen, man. And right now, man, I don't want the police or nothing question me about anything. So they just see this motherfucker walking with us, but he's just some rando. So let's keep walking. This is none of our business. Because he's trying to get us to stop and wait for him. I said, fuck that shit, Mookie, keep walking, cuz. I said, man, we don't need anybody's bullshit, right? So we go back to my crib, and then we go back to the park, because I get my phone now. I say, let me get my money out and buy you what you need, cuz. So we start walking back to KFC, right? As we come back, the sheriffs is out there, the ambulance is out there, and that motherfucker's on the structure. I don't know if the man cut him, beat the shit out of him, whatever.
Whoa.
But he got fucked up, cuz. But we also as we was walking with him too, right? He pulled out one of the envelopes, right? And gave me and Mookie a $2 bill each. Right? So I said, and I'm telling my young student, my Padawan, I'm telling him, I'm going, look, man, see, you got to know when the blessing ends, right? So right now, the universe heard our prayers, right? You was thirsty, bought you a soda, and you got 2 beers because you drink. Bought me a soda and a $2 bill. We both got $2 bills. Now here, that's good luck too. I said we made out like fat rats, but you got to know when the blessing is exhausted. But that's my story. Just some weird shit like that, man. Sometimes just weird shit happens to you, guys.
Yeah,
Out of nowhere.
that's a
It was
true
like
story.
it was like the universe was like it's like the universe was like acting like Siri or fucking Alexis or some shit, like it was listening to us and shit.
Yeah, I didn't know if
You know,
the
sometimes
KFC
you
took
be
EBT.
talking some shit on Alexa, and all of a sudden you start getting like web articles and shit about the same subject you was talking about. It was like the universe was doing some shit like that to me and Mookie, because we've been doing a lot of good spiritual work. So a lot of fortuitous shit has just been happening to us.
Huh. Yeah, that's amazing. I've had a lot of things like that happen, and I know what you mean about the web ads and stuff like that too. I really just feel like it's a big dream. What do you think, Jonah?
Oh man, it's super intriguing when you think about that, but at the same time, like to me, I mean, when you talk like about a matrix or like a who gives a fuck? We're here, got to work it no matter what, right? So if it is a matrix, does it mean you stop working what's there? Like, I don't think so. Like, you know what I mean? People will be like, oh, well, if it's all like programmed or it's all NPCs or this or that, like, why should I put any effort into it?
That's what I tell the girls at the strip club. I say, don't worry about the matrix and all that. Just work it, dance, girl.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people will be like, oh, this, that, and the other thing, right? You know, and then they're like, oh, well, the deck's stacked against me, or like we can't get ahead because of the bankers, which is what we're going into today, obviously, right?
Yes,
Well,
I did want to talk about this with you, Jonah, because that's exactly it. And I would be lying if I told you that this situation didn't cause me a great feeling of hopelessness and depression and uneasiness, feeling like I'm the little guy who doesn't matter, a grain of sand in the desert, and no matter what I do or how hard I try to podcast or what I do on social media or what I try to do to draw attention to myself and what I have to say, it makes no dent, I cannot find any weakness in their armor or anything that I can exploit to really take these people down or even weaken them.
well, I mean, it's kind of interesting because I'm actually just trying to, like I say, it's been an interesting weekend. You know, those things changed up. We kind of went on the fly here and kind of agreed last Sunday, which, but I was going to put some slides together. But like I say, I got some other things going on in life, but I'm just pulling these things up in a convenient way while I'm actually speaking with you.
Do
But
you have slides?
I have some pictures and stuff, and like a lot of the stuff that I'm going to be able to. So I'm just putting it into a folder right now. But there's a lot of stuff that we'll be able to go ahead and actually just go ahead and, man, I can run my mouth. You've seen that a few times. And then back it up,
Well, one thing that fascinates me, even to this very moment, is the fact that these people put their fingerprints or their symbols, I should say, all over our money. Like they've got this stuff all over our money. They've got all kinds of things in our nation's capital. If you fly over there with a drone or a helicopter, you'll see there's pentagrams, there's obelisks, there's statues of Albert Pike or a statue of Albert Pike. Yet the general masses are more concerned about who's going to win the Super Bowl, which is important, I admit, but not nearly as important as the fact that we are being raped on every level, exploited, raped, oppressed on every level by these people who, from what I can tell, are some kind of quasi-magicians with a chip on their shoulder. We don't even know how far it goes back or what's
yes,
real. We do.
it goes back to Babylon. It goes back to usury. It goes back to Hammurabi's code, where they actually had 33% interest. So now here's the interesting thing. And I'm not going to lie, it took me until recently to actually come up with this. But, let's go ahead here. And I'm going to actually... So I didn't actually get to put the slides together all like as I wanted to, you know what I mean? So I'll probably pull them up and drop them down as we go through, because I don't necessarily know if what else will show up on the laptop, personal information or otherwise.
Sure, yeah.
But,
don't show us your porno.
No, not porno, but I mean other personal information, like maybe home address, stuff like that, might be visible.
Oh,
so
I hate to break it to you, Jonah, but they already have your address.
Well, I ain't worried about them.
Me neither. That's why I am Daniel unafraid.
I don't care. Like, man, I'm on, like I say, I'm on bonus time. So the first one I want to go through is the word usury. Now, I actually went on etymology online here, and it's kind of fun to, just kind of look at the etymology of things, right? And let's see if I can pull this up in here and actually show you what I want to show you. If not,
hey, what's up?
1 second here.
Might as well just bring everybody on. We're kicking it with Jonah. He knows the deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What's the dealie, yo?
Word to your mother.
Yeah. So, now what I really find interesting though too is getting back to it with the window, entire screen. No, that's not working.
That Babylon 33% thing, that's legit, because they would always do things in intervals of 3s and 6s, which is interesting. Like their 1,000 was it 666 or something like that, where they had a weird number game going on where, how like the roulette table, the numbers all add up to 666. It's like they were...
The law of Hammurabi is brutal. It's like, if you steal something, we chop off your arm. If you slander somebody, you get whipped 1,000 times, bloody until you're just a bloody stump. It's brutal.
Some of the Mason
That's the
stuff
civilization process.
Yeah, we gotta beat you and kill you into being civilized.
You get that beast out of you. They got to break you a little bit, like you break the horse. You're dealing with wild man. You know what I mean? No rules, no laws. Walk up to a woman, hit her in the head with a club, drag her into the cave.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Man,
so Daniel, your email's Daniel at End of Days Radio.
Okay. All right, ready for it.
Sorry, I was just asking your email you said at the start was Daniel at End of Days, or?
Yes, it's Daniel End of Days. Oh man, you're making me forget it with your.
I'm just gonna send you 2 of the screens that I wanted to use, and then the rest
Daniel
we can just
End of Days Radio at gmail.com.
Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
you can pull them up yourself too.
Yeah, it's like I say, I haven't turned this laptop on since February, so I don't necessarily. It's kind of giving me some issues.
Well, I'm gonna have to open.
So I'll just send you the 2 that I want.
Oops.
Sorry, it's Daniel End of Days Radio at gmail.com. You said, right?
Yes, Daniel End of Days Radio at gmail.com.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send it to you that I want.
To set at endofdaysradio.com.
Yeah, because I'm going to send the 2 that we were talking about, because I took them right off my Instagram. But let's go ahead and jump in while I'm actually just running my mouth here. So, you go all the way back to usury. Well, here's the other thing. When you go into usury, right, it's actually going to be another linked word from etymology online would be that they'll say it's use is another word that directly linked to it. Well, then there's also another word that's almost identical to usury called usurpation or usurp. Now,
Yeah.
and when you look at those two words in connection, so literally since day one, going all the way back to Babylon, going back through, through Assyria, through Persia, through the Greeks, or the Greek Empire, all along, every time they kind of, the banking cabal switches locations, right? They still bring in their usury, which is a guaranteed slavery. So, so I just send you two documents or two screens here. If you want to pull them up, I can read them either way, because the way we got back to me coming on as a guest this week was I was asking you and Clint about the Hazard Circular. Now, the Hazard Circular is a document from the 1860s. And there's two, I was going to say emails, but there's two letters that were included in the Hazard Circular. Basically, it's from Congressman Sherman out of Ohio. Now, with these documents, there's people who will say it's debunked, or, they'll say it's never actually been proven. But here's one of the first two that I was going to bring up here. And I don't know if you got the email yet, or I should wait. Or I could just read it. I don't know if it's coming through because, obviously, like I say, I should have tested my laptop beforehand.
Sorry, I had myself muted. But yeah, I got them. I'm just...
if you look at the one that says the few, is the first, the top line, the few. Okay. We'll bring that one up here first. And as you bring it up, so this is actually from a letter from Congressman Sherman of Ohio to two bankers that were tied, I want to say Morton and Gold, they're tied to the Rothschilds. But what it says here is the few can understand the system, will either be so interested in its profits or so dependent on its favors that there will be no opposition from that class. While on the other hand, the great body of the people mentally incapable of comprehending the tremendous advantages the capital derives from the system will bear its burdens without complaint and perhaps without even suspecting the system is inimical to their interests. So this is from a congressman. Anyways, I just got their message that came up here.
Yeah, I'm trying to open what you sent me, but I'm getting errors.
Oh, okay.
Can you try resending them?
Yeah, no problem. Give me a second here. Switch browsers. My apologies. Like I say, I really should have turned my laptop on earlier this week to double check. But
it's okay.
I did want to mention a thing about that etymology thing. The king of Tyre, the word tyranny and tyrant is definitely has an etymological root to Tyre, which was another word for Mars, I'm pretty sure. It's interesting because the UN, the mystery schools, they're at the UN tower in New York, the meditation room, the cubicle stone, the stone of foundation, the symbol stone in the room is iron, which is the alchemical metal for Mars.
Yeah, and it's actually that the room you're talking about, right? It's actually Alice Bailey was directly involved with it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And yeah.
Did you send these images through Google?
Yeah, I did through Gmail. I'm just doing it again by actually pulling them from the folder.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong here. Technical.
They don't want us to actually get this out, and the reason I'm doing this with images is because I want to make sure I want to make sure that they when they try to say that we're giving this information, false information, malinformation, we're going to be showing documents. We're going to show pictures, right? You know, anything that they say, we're backing up. It's not that we're making things up. You know what I mean? So I said actually 6 there. I did the etymologies with the usury and then usurpation. So those ones I got set aside, but then we're also going to go into that document that I sent you. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, which is amazing.
Yeah, I'm not. I tried both on my computer and my phone, and
yeah,
I don't know if it's the way you sent them or it's something for some
no,
reason.
I just sent them new. I sent them new.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull them up. It's
anyways. Okay. Let's see if it's actually going to let me present it now. Because share screen.
If you can do it on your end, that would be better because the powers that be are blocking me from seeing it.
Yeah.
They're always doing this shit to us. They don't give us a fair opportunity. Okay, this one actually looks like this one worked for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Give me a chance to download these. Okay. Keep talking. I'm working.
Yeah. So, anyways, so what happened with the that document? It's called the Hazard Circular. You know, you can look it up. I think it was printed in the Statesman in Kansas in 1862 or 3, I think it was. But so what they try to say is that the documents were never proven to be authentic. But then when you look at what they said and what they've gone ahead and done since then, well, let's just go ahead and say either that bank teller in Kansas could foresee the future, or he did get his hands on authentic documentation or documents, right? So literally, again, too, like I said, they were talking about how. So that was in 1862. That was when Lincoln was not that one, the other one, which is also highlighted. But we'll get to that one next. This one. So yeah, you see here it says the few who can understand the system will either be so interested in its profits, so dependent on its favors, that there will be no opposition from that class, while on the other hand, the great body of people mentally incapable of comprehending the tremendous advantages capital derives from the system will bear its burdens without complaint and perhaps without even suspecting the system is inimical to their interest. So literally what they're talking about right there is bringing usury, the Banknote Act of 1863, right? They're talking about that. So when they brought that in, and once they had that in place, then they had to get rid of the greenbacks. And then if we go to the next photo that I sent you there, the other one that's highlighted, you'll see here, I'll read through it real quick, but it's on the screen for everyone. So it says, slavery is likely to be abolished by the war power and chattel slavery destroyed. This I and my European friends are in favor of, for slavery is but owning the labor and carries with it the care of the laborer. While the European plan led on by England is capital control of labor by controlling wages. This can be done by controlling the money. The great debt that capitalists will see to it made out of the war must be used as a measure to control the volume of money. Again, think about all the money control that they have right now, the volume, right? To accomplish this, the bonds must be used as a banking basis. We are now waiting to get the Secretary of the Treasury to make the recommendation to Congress. It will not do to allow the greenback, as it is called, to circulate as money any length of time, for we cannot control them, but we can control the bonds and through them the bank issue. So what they're talking about there is setting up a Federal Reserve System. Again, they're talking about the European plan led on by England. So England would be the first of the Federal Reserve bank systems, right? In 1692, they brought in William of Orange. That was after Oliver Cromwell. That was after Pride's Purge, right? And then they set up the Bank of England, which was a private bank, and that was first established in 1694. So what they're talking about with it being inimical to your interests. Well, everyone is talking about end the Fed, abolish the Fed, this, that, or the other thing. Well, it doesn't really matter if the Fed exists, it's the usury. So people don't realize that with usury, the taxes that you pay for do not pay for salaries of the employees, do not pay for government programs. The way that they pay for all of that is new debt. So when they create a budget, that budget is actually going to be creating new debt. Now, here's the thing. When you lend someone money, if there's no new money being printed other than the money that is being lent, how do you pay back the interest? You guys kind of following me on that one right now?
Yeah. How do you pay back the interest?
So what they have done, and this is going to be the same system that they've used since Babylon, that everything that they do is that they lend you money to begin with. Now, once you come back and you pay back, they don't want any of your products, any of your other any of your other assets. They do want them eventually once you default, right? But as of the time of the while they're still printing out money, right, that they want you to continue to borrow money, if that makes sense what I'm saying.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense. It's like this thing where, like, look at the housing market. No, houses cost so much. There's no way that anybody can afford a house, not any reasonable person, normal person, I should say, without taking out a massive loan that will take a large portion or most of their life to pay off. That's a little weird to me because you would think a house and a place to sleep is a basic necessity that everybody would be able to come by, but no, it's not like that. You have to take on a massive debt with a high interest rate to even be able to live your life.
Yes, and on top of that too, right? So when you're paying interest, right? So hypothetically, you borrow 100,000. By the time you pay it back over 30 years, you're paying 200,000 plus, right? Well, what
Yeah.
new money was created other than that money that was created to purchase the house originally?
So wait. What interest rate would that be?
I'm just giving hypothetical, right? I'm not using the actual numbers here right now.
Sure, but my only point is, like, let's say you're dealing with a 3% interest rate, right? Now, let's say that it's some type of inflation happens, they have to counter that by raising the interest rate and doubling it. Now, instead of paying 200,000, you're paying 400,000, right?
Yeah,
that's how crazy it is.
Now, everyone in conspiracy, everyone, etc., wants to go ahead and talk about the Federal Reserve. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the Federal Reserve isn't really anything to be concerned about. Now, let's see if this works here. I'm going to try and share a tab with you. And
if it doesn't work,
you
just
see
send
this
it
one
to me
here
again.
that I'm pulling up.
Yeah, hold on. There we go.
So this document, Institute for Government Research. Now everyone wants to go talk about Federal Reserve, this, that, and the other thing. Well, have any of you ever heard of the Institute for Government Research?
No.
Clint, Robert?
I heard.
No, I haven't heard of it. I'm heard of it. That's why I'm listening intently.
So I've actually brought this document here. You can get it off of Library of Congress. It's simple enough. You just look up the quotation, and and hopefully it's gonna let me go scroll through the PDF while we're live.
That'd be cool.
And so what the Institute for Government Research is, I actually found this by accident. So
No, I've never heard of this before. The Institute for Government Research. Maybe it's passed by my line of sight reading various things, but tell us more about the Institute for Government Research. Oh no. Did he mute
Oh,
himself?
his mic's muted.
Unmute yourself, Jonah.
His mouthpiece might have came unplugged or something for a second.
No, what happened is when I'm switching tabs, it's going to mute me. So, which is kind of gay. But having said that, here,
right when you said that, I was looking at these trustees and I was reading Edwin F. Gay. Right when you did that.
Do you know who Edwin F. Gay is?
No.
He was a dean at Harvard, which, didn't there just happen recently where there was that Haitian who was a migrant whose dad was the army engineer, of course, and in Saudi Arabia, and then she was elected a president of Harvard too, right? Just by chance, but it's purely coincidental that her name's Gay as well, right?
Yeah,
that's so. What you'll see here, just on that, and
but it's weird how those little synchronicities pop up. To me, that tells me we're on the right track here.
Now, what I did is pulled that out as a tab, and I'm going to split to my browsers, and hopefully that'll work for us and not mute me. I don't know if that's working, but it kind of seems like it is.
Sound good? And I believe I'm seeing what you want us to see. The officers, trustees.
Yeah. So, yeah. Now, when I first discovered this document, I discovered it because I was looking into Felix Frankfurter. Any of you ever heard of who Felix Frankfurter is?
No.
So Felix Frankfurter was a U.S. Supreme Court justice. He also was on the He was lawyer for the World Zionist Conference for the 1919 Paris treaties. He was involved in the creation of the ACLU. He was involved in creation of the NAACP. He was president of Harvard Law. Now, a couple other names. We're here.
What did he have to do with Zionism? Sorry, what did he have to do with Zionism?
He represented the Zionists at the 1919 peace treaty in Paris.
Okay, so is he Jewish?
Yes, he allegedly received a picture of Eva Frank from his mother, which anyone who knows anything means that he's a Frankist if that actually occurred. But so I found this document by chance looking up his name because he's listed in it. But you'll see here under officers, I highlighted the name of Robert S. Brookings. You guys have ever heard of him?
The Brookings Institute?
Yes, sir. How about this one here? Frederick H. Delano.
Delano. Not familiar with that name. Oh, what's that, Clint?
Sorry.
That is the uncle of FDR.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
How about this name right here? Richard B. Mellon. How about this one right here?
Remember how we connected that Roosevelt with Clinton Roosevelt the other night?
Yeah. William H. Taft. And then here's Frankfurter's name over here, right above Edwin Gay. So we'll just kind of scroll through. So this is actually it is a think tank, private institute. No, it's a tax exempt organization. All those good titles, whatever you want to call them, right? So they're listed as and this is another name to look at, the W. Willoughby. But so basically, they're a private organization here, and the creation and the purpose here, right? This paragraph right here, first paragraph. So it says, the Institute for Government Research is an organization created by men who believe that there should be a nonpartisan, independent institution to consider the problems of public administration and particularly those of national government, for the purposes of making making known the most scientific, practical principles and procedures that should obtain in the conduct of the public affairs. So this is a private organization that has taken upon themselves to create the scientific, like I just said, the scientific implementation. Now, again, we'll go through here. Chairman Robert S. Brookings, Board of Trustees, Washington University, St. Louis, all this other stuff, right? So he's Brookings Institute. Now, Frank Goodnow, Johns Hopkins University. This one here is just an attorney in New York, and he's part of the Federal Reserve Bank, James F. Curtis. And then another banker, Mr. Strauss there. Now, one thing that I do find funny is you'll see a Frederick A. Delano, former vice governor for the Federal Reserve Board. He was actually the first vice governor of the Federal Reserve Board when they created it, right? George Eastman right there. Now you get Robert Fosdick or Raymond Fosdick. That's a super intriguing name if you pay any attention to the Rockefeller Foundation, because that's he was, I want to say, president of the Rockefeller Foundation. As far as after this in the 1927, you get Herbert Hoover there too. So as you see here, we're just looking through here, and there's a whole list of names, So
what we're seeing is a lot of like Ivy League colleges, think tanks, big wigs connected to Rockefeller, and we know Rockefeller's connected to Rothschild. They're kind of like their little project.
It's like the foundations of the technocracy.
Yeah. So I actually highlighted this one here for Clinch because he's gonna probably cream in his pants. But since its organization, the work of the Institute has been under the immediate direction of William F. Willoughby, former treasurer of Puerto Rico, assistant director of the U.S. Bureau of Census, member of President Taft's Commission on Economy and Efficiency, legal advisor to the Chinese government.
Oh, all tied up with the Chinese. Interesting.
Yeah, plus the Puerto Rico.
Yeah, this is long before Mao.
Yeah.
I need to take my sunglasses off so I can
well, all the acronym agencies are chartered out of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I think, again, too, I'm kind of glad I didn't do this. So as you'll see here, this is just a bunch of documents that they have printed under the organization.
This is good because
what I'm doing, I'm kind of glad that I'm going to
It's facts. It's not
speculation.
And
we're doing it live, right?
Yes, this isn't speculation. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is actual factual makings of our financial system. This is reality, people.
Yeah. And of course, I'll go ahead and actually include the linker. I sent it to you already, so you'll be able to pull it from our chat. But so if we go through, what I'm going to do is actually kind of just go through and pick all the headers here. Because again, too, like I say, I kind of like the fact that I didn't get the chance to do this here because, and we're doing it live. And so any questions you guys have, we can jump into. But so one of the first header they have is assistance to the government in meeting the war problems, right? So that's what the creation of the organization was. During wartime, they wanted to use scientific measures. Now, promotion of improvements in administrative organization procedures. Now, the 8 fundamental improvements required, and this is where it gets really interesting here. So, the entire revision of its system of determining and making provision for financial needs of the government to be secured through the adoption of scientific budget system. What was I saying earlier about usury, usurpation, and budget? So, this organization was created in 1916. During the war, and it was involved in creating budget. Now you go to number 2, it's saying the establishment of service of general administration analogous to that of the treasury in the British government. Anyone who's been in conspiracy We all know about Cecil Rhodes. We all know about the Anglo-American establishment, which he published, as well as Tragedy and Hope. So this is literally a government document admitting to it outright, right?
Whoa.
Any questions so far?
Don't assume that people out there know these things, because most people don't know shit, Jonah. Just being honest with you.
Oh yeah. Well, it's like this whole the Anglo-American thing, or the Anglo-Aryan thing, sorry, is what created the Zionist protocols.
So what we're seeing here is a link between Zionism and white supremacy.
Well, no, it's
what I'll actually go ahead and say is Theodore Herzl started the Zionist movement. Now, the roundtables, which is again the Anglo-American establishment, which is all Cecil Rhodes roundtables, there's a reason to believe that they might have took out Theodore Herzl and took control of the Zionist movement. But again, too, I don't want to get necessarily too much on this, because again, usury is usurpation, and again, people talk about the national debt.
Well, real quick, this usury thing is interesting to me because this goes back to the gods and the original story of the gods, where there was usurpation, right? You have Zeus usurping his father, and also in Christianity, you have Lucifer attempting to usurp God.
Yeah. And I find it really, now you asked me about this is just going to be me spitballing. You were asking me about the eye providence I find it really interesting too, right? Because you know the sigil of Lucifer, and it has the cross like this. Well, what that represents is when you see with your right eye, it goes to your left hemisphere. Now, when you see with your left eye, it goes to your right hemisphere. You know what I mean? I'm doing that backwards, I think. But anyway, so what comes in your eye is transfers hemispheres, right? So to me, when I see the single eye, what I am seeing is that they're saying that this is the esoteric, while they're actually implying that the exoteric right there, right? So they're pretty much showing you, by showing you a single eye, they're showing you that they are giving you the esoteric, while they are putting the exoteric right in front of your face. Because again, as you see, the light waves actually cross before they enter your brain hemispheres. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's just the way I see it. That's the one thing that I'll throw out there. I
did want to talk about the eye a little bit, but I think we should focus on what you're showing us right now.
Yeah, so I'll go with, and you're going to love this one. Number 3, the setting up of an agency through which receipts and expenditures of public funds might be properly controlled, and Congress be given that information which it must have to assure itself. So again, you look at the whole thing, but this is go all the way to the bottom here. It says to be secured through the creation of the independent office of the Comptroller General. So this organization, including Delano, including Brookings, including Felix Frankfurter, created the Comptroller right after the Federal Reserve was created. So then you go to next one.
So wait, hold on, Jonah. Explain the Comptroller to us.
The Comptroller is the one who actually creates the money for the entire country. So they are the one who has the final say and whatnot. So it's just like the Comptroller for your city, whatever. They create the budgets and all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So this organization was the one who created it, and not the Congress, right? They gave the recommendation, and then Congress acted on their recommendation.
I see.
And then we look at number 4, the revision of the rules of the procedure of the 2 houses of Congress so as to provide for a single committee on appropriations in each to have jurisdiction over appropriation bills. So again, this organization has created a budget. It's now created appropriations, and it created a comptroller.
So sorry to
unelected branch.
But Chad Warren in the chat says, yes, you can see this on the logo of the Occult Rejects. It shows the lines crossing, projecting from the eyeballs. And I'm thinking, and that kind of could be like the pyramid too, right? Because the pyramid's coming to a point where it reaches the eye, almost as if it's like a symbol of the right going to the right eye facing us, and the left going to the left eye facing us.
Well, I also went to school for that type of stuff. It was actually a course called Health, Fitness, Nutrition. It was kind of like a career college version of kinesiology, and I think I'm the one who told New York Patriot about that.
Oh, okay.
So, I was the one who told him about the crossing of the eyes, which is actually shown in the sigil of Lucifer, right? Then we look at number 5
I
here
didn't
on
think of that. You're right. That's in the sigil of Lucifer as well. Wow, it's all kind of connecting.
The light bearer, which is the light crossing. Is actually the light waves that hit your eyeball, crosses into your hemispheres. So
it all goes back to the Lucifers.
Number 5, the provision of means for obtaining currently the information needed for budgetary and general control purposes to be secured through the recasting of its system of treasury, blah, blah, blah. So that one isn't as interesting. Number 6, this one, the regrouping of the services of administrative branch. So again, too, the administrative branch is going to be the executive, isn't it? Right? So,
sure.
And in reality, if you're playing by the Constitution.
What year is this?
1922, remember to start.
Gotcha. So this is after.
But they created it in 1916. So
this is after Andrew Jackson tried to get rid of these people. This is after Andrew Jackson tried to get rid of all these people. Yes. Okay.
Yes. This was immediately after the Federal Reserve. So this is them actually implementing levels of government to now the Federal Reserve is not like Federal Reserve is okay, whatever, but they can't. It wouldn't be as successful without the budget, right? Because the budget is how they borrow the money, which they charge you tax on paying back the principal, and you never pay down the interest, right? So it's all kind of funny that way.
This is them winning and taking over and implementing the new system that they wanted.
Yeah. Then here with number 7, you have the reorganization of system of personnel administration to be brought about chiefly by the adoption of a standard classification of positions and salaries. So this goes with the Postal Customs, Internal Revenue Services into one offering. So again, remember the IRS was created right after the Federal Reserve. It was supposed to be a temporary. Well, this is actually talking about creating implementing a employment, whatever. We just went through it, but creating whatever. I'll go back up. Create a standard classification of positions and salaries for the Internal Revenue, but it was supposed to be temporary, right? So, and here we go. So the improvement of the methods made use of the administrative services in performing their technical business operations, such as purchase, issue, custody, and use of supplies, the handling, filling correspondence. So you go through here again too. This is literally an independent organization, non-elected, that is creating a blueprint ways that the budget is going to be spent, which should be only by Congress if you do the Constitution, etc. Right? So now again, too, we'll just go through the headers here real quick. Any questions? Go ahead, stop me. Budgetary reform here is going to be the first header because they go through each of the things and they kind of go on and talk about what they've done as it. But again, I'm gonna you can include the link in the chat so anyone can pull this up at their own time. And it comes right off the Library of Congress, right? So this is right from the government themselves. Creation of an organ of general administration. So you think of all the Trump tards and everyone talking about deep state. Well, this is actually outright, literally talking about the creation of it, right? There we go. Creation of the independent office of comptroller. Since you asked about that, I'll read through it real quick. As indicated, the Budget and Accounting Act made provision for this office. In it, Congress, for the first time in its history, will have an agency independent of executive control, whose duty it will be not merely to make a formal audit of all expenditures by the administrative services, but on the basis of the information so obtained to recommend the action that should be taken to secure a more efficient and economical conduct of public affairs. So a former vice deputy of the Federal Reserve a think tank like Brookings is coming up with this and getting this pushed through Congress. The revision of the rules of procedure for Congress, borrowing money from the banks themselves. Then you have the reorganization of the system of accounting and reporting. So again, all of there's like 25 pages. We're only on like 10. Reorganization of the administrative branch of the government. Any questions so far by anyone of you guys? You there? Anyone? Or
just listening. This is pretty disturbing. I mean,
I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's kind of fascinating how certain families become woven into historical narratives. Like, what first drew you, Jonah, to the Rothschild family in their role in global finance? And how do you distinguish between verified historical influence and more speculative connections?
I mean, for myself, Raven and I say the same thing, and I've heard Bill Cooper say it on his old podcast. Verify everything that I say. If I'm telling you something that's wrong, like right now, I got this document in front of you. If I'm telling you that's something wrong, go ahead, hit me up. And if I'm wrong, I'll be a man. I'll fucking say I'm a retard. I did it wrong. But so when it comes to like the Rothschilds, right? I mean, you can go back to Lysander Spooner and what is it there? I want his destruction of the Constitution, right? The Constitution of No Authority, I think it's called. He actually goes in directly to how the Rothschilds were directly involved in, what is it? And involved
Jonah,
in lending money. Yeah.
I think you misunderstood me. I'm kind of just I'm kind of asking like what piqued your interest, what drew you to the Rothschild family in their role in global finance. Like what kind of
I don't even think they're that interesting. I mean, I don't even think they're that interesting.
About them.
Yeah, because right now,
I mean, like what made you decide to talk about them or investigate?
Right now, because they're just a continuation of everything that's been done before, right? If you go back to Ecclesiastes, nothing new under the sun. I mean, realistically, if that whole family was, heaven forbid, a meteor hit that their house and they were all wiped out, I don't think it would change the system in any way because there would be another family that would jump in. So that's why
a lot of people in conspiracy, people are into this. They feel as though this goes back to the time of the Templars, and you're telling us that that's not true. It goes back way further than that.
Goes all the way back to Hammurabi. I mean, you could go back to the usury. I mean, you can talk about the Templars, right? But at the same time, was Byzantine or the Eastern Rome still operating, still printing money themselves, still using usury through Ravenna, right? Prior to that, was usury available and being implemented in Greece, Rome, Persia?
Yes. I mean, definitely. I mean, the name of the show is Kicking Over Tables. That was kind of the issue back then, wasn't it? That was literally usury going on.
Yeah. And let me see here while we're speaking here. I'm going to pull another tab and try to actually. So when we talk about the Knights Templar again, too, I think there is a case to be made that the Templars and the Rothschilds are directly connected just based on their the family crest of the Templars. But
What kind of interject?
But I got something even better for you if I can find it real quick.
Let me interject real quick. So the first pirates that the crown created were the offshoots of the dark side of the Templar, and their first pirate flag, well, at least the British, the crown's pirates, their flag was red, and the red in German is Roth, and shield or emblem is shield, and so Rothschild, they changed their names to the name of the crest of the order, the red shield, and that this order, when they raised their, it was the British owned pirates. Then it went from there to France, and when after the French Revolution, they raised the red flag, and then after that, it went to Russia. They raised the red flag, and then Germany, the Nazis, the red flag, skull and bones, and then in current times, China and Antifa bears the red flag, which, they're obviously Rothschild property, basically.
Yeah, but again, too, I mean, let's go ahead and if you if you research the Rothschilds, they're going to go. They're going to actually kind of outright admit that they claim that they go all the way back to Nimrod, right?
Yeah, the Order of the Dragon.
Yes. Now, damn it. So what I'm doing right now too, and because I find it really funny, is now you're asking me about how I say it goes much further back. Now I can hopefully find the image that I am looking for, but I can put the Maltese Cross on an Assyrian king who would have been actually a king of Babylon too, because that's when Assyria was overrun or I guess control of. But I'm trying to find the right picture here,
because Babylon and Assyria were kind of like major enemies.
Yeah,
always fighting,
and they kind of conquered each other, right?
Yes.
So yes, I'm trying to find the image here, but so the oldest known image of the Maltese Cross, as they call it, it actually appears in or on Ashurbanipal too. That's the oldest I've found, and I don't know if you guys know who Ashurbanipal too is. Kind of.
I don't know.
He was an Assyrian king. Again, like he was, I want to say about 1200 BC. So this same cross that is actually still showing today, right? It was the same Maltese Cross that was used on all and of course I can't find it right now, but it's the same cross that was used on all of the.
Please find that.
Yeah, no.
He's got it somewhere in his archives.
Well, I'm actually doing a search here on the images. I think I actually do have it in my archives, but again, I haven't turned this laptop on since February.
The laptop of truth.
But anyways, so again, like I say, we go all the way back. Now, if we go all the way back to Hammurabi, right? So what they would do, and with Hammurabi Code, I don't know if we want to pull this up here and start going through that too. But with the Hammurabi Code, what they would do is you'd be a farmer. You would go ahead and look to borrow talents from the bank, right? Well, the talents would give you 10 talents, but they'd want 11 back, right? Now, no new money is being created, so when they go back to pay back the talents, right? They're unable to pay the additional, right? And that's when a lot of times, so when we talk about slavery back then, right? The slavery was that they were, and this looks like it's odd. This is the image, but it looks like it's been modified on Wiki. But I'll be able to show you somewhat. But then what they would do, right, is as far as collateral, right? Your children would be, or your children, yourself, your spouse would be the collateral. That's how they would create the slaves, right? You know what I mean? That's how they start the slave class, right?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I've never looked at it that way. No, that makes perfect sense. That's really interesting. The
So
idea
when
that
they create, go ahead.
no, I was just going to say that another aspect of that, of course, is the fact that the banks or the users are the only ones that are really profiting, because money is really meaningless. Money is just a symbol. It's like a form of energy. But what really makes you a wealthy person are your assets. And basically, the banks, once you cannot pay them the money that you owe them, then they are able to claim your assets. Get the house back, get the car back, whatever. And at that point, they are the ones that are actually profiting, because they're getting real stuff back instead of just meaningless paper.
Yes, and when you go back to Hammurabi, and that's when you start, right? Babylon, the first society, right? Well, if you go all the way back, now what they do is they use your children, your family. That would be your collateral, right? So maybe the first year you can't make the payment, but they decide to go ahead and give you a second interest loan, right? But then your principal raises, right? And then your interest raises, right? You know what I mean? And then maybe the third year the same. They give you the second loan or the third loan, but again, it's all going to be the same as what happens here, like with the what's called there with the housing crisis, right? Now, eventually, they stop giving those, right? And then when they stop giving the loans out, you have to come back with the money. So every time they create new debt for you, and every time they have that implemented or extend you new credit, all they're doing is further what's it called there? Damn it. They're putting further collateral or further extending the interest on your personal property. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Sure.
So now, are you guys able to see the photo that's on the screen right now?
Yeah, and what's interesting about that? Like, let's say that you make some kind of deal or you buy something, or sometimes in the contract it'll actually say something like, "Hey, if you don't pay this, we're able to put a lien on your property." And
Yeah.
think about how scary that is in context of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is the photo that I was able to find on Wikipedia. This is Ashurbanipal II. If you look close or zoom in, you should be able to see that he has a Maltese Cross on his throat or on his necklace there. While I'm doing that, I'm trying to see if I have a better, because I know I've had better images, and this is what's coming up on Wiki. So I don't know, maybe they picked up on me talking about this or someone else, and they kind of started scrubbing it or whatnot. But if you look close, right?
That's one of the reasons they watch and listen to everything that we do, because they want to know how far we've come along with this stuff. And I know that's going to sound crazy to people out there, but that is literally what they do. They'll even like befriend you in order to get you talking and figure out what you know about stuff.
Yeah. Now, are you able? Now, I don't know for you personally. Are you able to actually see what I'm pointing out there around his neck? He does have that Maltese Cross.
That great. It's real blurry.
Yeah, it's really blurred, and but you get the outline there. So, anyways, on this tablet here, it does directly show that he is wearing the Maltese Cross, which is again too is the Knights Templar, which is the whatnot. It's also the Knights of Malta, etc. Now for Ashurbanipal, I want to make sure I'm speaking about the right one. So his reign, it looks like, was 669 through 631 BCE. So that's how far back that Maltese Cross goes, right? Now, it's kind of funny too, right? Because everyone's like, oh, well, yeah.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to figure, so when we're talking about usury, right?
Yep.
You're kind of claiming that it's immoral or unethical or evil.
So depends on which, like, do you want to speak religiously?
Yeah, just because this is how I'm understanding usury, right? Like
Yeah.
usury is basically like, with the basic definition, you're charging like an unreasonable interest rate on the loan, right? But then
Use-
in the religious context, right?
Yeah.
And usually it's kind of like, like we have a duty to give charity to like people in
Yeah.
our community kind of falling on hard times, right? But then
Yeah.
usually it's kind of like charging a fee for your charity, right?
Yeah. So
Because
with
because according to God, right, like all this belongs to the children of God, right? So you're just basically like, doing what you're supposed to do, your spiritual law, right? You're not supposed to charge a fee
yeah.
for it because it negates the actual moral act, right? That's what I'm trying to
Yeah.
understand.
So I have another document that I can pull open here, no problem. But with the if we're talking about usury, it is a mortal sin. I mean, depends on which of the what do you call it? It depends on which of the religions. But let's go ahead here. I'm gonna open up another document here for you because it kind of goes into that a lot, and it also goes into so the book that I'm about to open is called War Cycles, Peace Cycles. It's published in 1985. It goes into how it's actually super interesting because it goes into how even if you go back to Rome, now what they do is they keep lending money, right? And this happened in Persia, it happened in Babylon, etc. So when they keep lending money out, and then there's always the interest. Well, only the premium ever gets paid back because that's only the money that's ever been created, right? So what happens with that is, where is I going with this one here? So what happens with that?
I mean, it's basically what loan sharks do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's basically what what loan sharks do, right? Like they charge you, in high interest rates that it's possible to pay back, and as a result, they're entitled to maybe like prostituting your daughter, human trafficking, that type of thing, until you're able to pay the debt off. Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's like kind of like manufacturing a debt that an individual cannot pay off. Right?
And here's the other thing, though, too, right? If you go back, like I say, if we go all the way back to Babylon, so that's the first time that they used usury, right? Well, then when Babylon, like again, too, once the interest was too high, what they first do is start, and this might sound, this might sound relative to you guys, but they either have to wipe out the debt, they have to bring in new migrants, so that those new migrants can actually borrow new money, right? Because they're not going to continue to extend the money to the people that are the citizens, right? So they create a new population. So what they're doing is when they start running out of that, they have to actually expand the debt or whatnot. Expand the base. And part of that is going to be the importation of migrants. I should say. Again, this is what's happened in Babylon. This is what happened in Greece. It happened in Rome. So every time they bring new people in, what they do, or every time they start to get too high, and what's happening right now with the USA right now. Did that actually bring up the war cycles? And when because I have too many tabs open, I'm retarded. No, I put it on the wrong one here. But so again, as they do this, what they're doing is implementing.
So basically, you're saying they need to keep playing the game, right?
Yes. So
they need to keep playing the game, right?
Yeah.
Well,
like I say, again, too, when it comes down to with that document that I was showing you with the budget, right? They're not like when you pay your taxes, that tax is actually going to paying the IRS is going back to paying back the bonds that have already been issued, right? They're not creating new money, right? You know what I'm saying? So no. Anyways, give me a second here.
Well, it's just a quick thought.
Yeah, they can't keep lending money to people who can't pay it off. So they have to find like new, fresh people to lend money to, right?
Well, hold on. Yeah. You don't understand the motive of lending the money. The motive of it's like how the Illuminati stated. I think it was Babeuf who stated this. He said, we must legitimize slavery because they knew that the jig was up. And so they created systems of complexities to confuse the average person into not knowing they're even a slave. I mean, basically.
Yeah, and now you'll see here too, like this is a document again too. It's called War Cycles, Peace Cycles. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything in it, but you'll see here, as mentioned before, the overriding need of Rome in peace phase was to increase the money supply. So think about COVID-19, right? They increased the money supply. You think about the housing crisis in 2008. They increased the money supply. You know, every time they increased the money supply, right? But so it says new conquests had stopped. There was no captured gold arriving to pay interest on debts. Most native Romans were deeply in debt and couldn't borrow new money into existence. So new debt-free immigrants had to take over the borrowing function from the native Romans. So again, this is like, I mean, the whole thing.
Yeah, that's
is
what I said. You can't keep lending money to people who can't pay it off.
Yeah,
so you need to like
exactly
get the scheme going all over again. Yeah, so it keeps the game going basically.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I hope I'm not jumping the gun here, but I was just reading this document and it says that most Romans were actually in debt.
Oh yeah, all of them. Like you could actually go back and you can actually so there's Joseph P. Farrell in the book called Babylon Banksters, right? He has and I can pull that open if we want, but I want to get into some other interesting things here, right? But he goes into there's actually fuck it, I'll pull that book open real quick and I'll show you because I have it on here, I'm pretty sure. Now, so the book's called Babylon's Banksters. I'm pretty sure it's on my laptop, so let's see if it comes up in my search. And basically, there's a document that was created. Here we go. Yeah, this is the one that I want. And which tab is the one that's broadcasting? And so if you go back to Rome, right? If you look at further along in the cycle, you can actually see where the names are no longer Roman, but they're actually going to be Hellenized names, right? Which is an interesting way of looking at things because, like, if the empire continues to expand, why are the names that are being in the graves as far as the patrician class, you know, the going to be the like the citizens that are not Roman, so to speak, you know what I mean, without being trying to, like, you know, I'm not trying to come across as like I'm making a race thing because it's not for them, right? But give me a second here. I just want to drop this in here, and I probably showed the tab with all the headers, which is whatever. Nothing bad up there. Yeah.
I have one other question for clarification purposes too.
Yeah.
Isn't it kind of inaccurate to say it was a form of slavery? It's more like a form of indentured servitude, right? Because theoretically, if you can pay off the interest and pay off the debt, you can get your freedom back, right? Or like the form of slavery in America, because that wasn't possible. So it's more.
Well,
like
again, too, with that first document that we kind of went to at the front. So now you'll notice that they use the word the end of chattel slavery, right? So I think what the real difference is the chattel slavery versus financial slavery, right? At the end of the day, so the chattel is definitely going to be something that's different, so to speak, right? You know what I mean? I'm not going to compare the two.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I'm just saying though, like, just informed though, it's more like an indentured servitude because, like, it's connected to debt, and theoretically, if that debt can be paid, then you can obtain your freedom, right? Or
in theory, you could, but at the same time, with it not being
that's basically what I'm saying. Basically, just you know, that's all I'm saying.
It's kind of like with our taxes, like, you know, there's that phrase: the more you make, the more they take. Where when you finally start making good money, they start taking like massive chunks of it, and you're like, man, I thought I was going to be rich here, and now it's like I still can't afford anything because they're taking all my money.
That's really why I got out the legal field too, man. You got to think about it, man. Like, as an attorney, man, you work almost 80 hours a fucking week, dude. So when you do the math, dude, really, man, that shit only amounts to like $16 an hour sometimes.
Yeah, and you know that's no, that's so true. No, I've been in your shoes with that type of thing. Like, you think you're making all this money, and then when you calculate your hours, you're making like less. And these people, they're experts at creating these systems to get massive work out of you for cheap. They're experts at getting cheap labor off of you.
Yeah. Now, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, that's why they created a minimum wage. In 1963, it took 30 hours to make an ounce of gold, and today in 30 hours you'll make an eighth of an ounce of gold.
And just one more thing.
This is the
real quick. I want to throw in one more thing, just because it's like starting to come to me. You know, I know I talk about the gods too much, but you know, they say the Anunnaki came to mine gold. And all these like conspiracy theorists and authors and people like that, they're like, oh yeah, the gold, it does this and that. They're using it to repair their atmosphere, or they're eating it. It's giving them superpowers and stuff like that. Maybe not. Maybe it's not about anything like that. Maybe they just wanted us to mine gold because they wanted to create this financial system.
No, I actually, why is it doing this here? Oh, because I was in the wrong spot here. But again, too, we also have to go into all the ties to Venice and banking, or maybe not, because we're kind of really running on time here, and I want to get into something really interesting and blow your minds. But since Dr. Robert brought up this here, I'm just going to try and find the table of contents here. Now, this is Babylon's banksters, and it goes into a lot of stuff about Rome here too. But you'll see as I kind of scroll down, it's kind of really interesting because
who wrote this?
You see right here, ancient Rome. Then what?
Jonah, who's the author of this?
Yeah, Joseph P. Farrell.
Oh, okay.
Joseph P. Farrell.
Okay.
So now you'll see the myth of the Rothschild descent from Nimrod. Yeah, and you'll see it's kind of right in here. It goes the myth of.
So is it true or is
the
it
ancient contact? The Rothschild. I mean, do you have a bloodline that goes that far back?
That's a very good question.
Really
that's a very good question, Daniel.
Yeah.
Because in a world where perceptions can often overshadow reality, how do we separate personal belief from hard evidence?
Yeah.
You know, when discussing complex financial systems.
Do we trust 23andMe to go back that far or whatever, right? You know what I mean?
Do we trust anything the Rothschilds say?
That too. But let's go ahead when we get to usurpation, because I know we're also trying to be good on time here. So I think I've kind of laid a good foundation on the usury and how they kind of enslave us with it, right? And usurpation of our individuals' freedoms. Maybe I haven't. But I want to actually get into something that's going to blow you guys' mind, I do believe. So do you guys have any questions what we've gone over so far, so we kind of keep it on time, or no?
No. You know, I have like a lot of wider questions, like, you know, about the Rothschilds and stuff like that. Are they making this up? Are they like, because another thing about the Rothschilds, not to go off on too much of a tangent, but some of them actually have the name Moses, and that makes you wonder, right? Like, are they related to Moses in some way, or what's going on there?
Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to. So, have any of you, and I know you definitely have come across the name, but have any of you ever realized the significance of of John J. McCloy? Have you ever heard of him? Have you ever come across his name? Has it ever kind of clicked in your head, or just
I'm not familiar with the
I'm not sure. I come across a lot of shit, but I'm not sure.
What's he connected to?
His name's MCCLOY McCloy, John J. McCloy, and I'll actually just go ahead and pull that open on. Fuck it, I'll go right to his Wikipedia, but I also have his papers too. But let's go to his Wikipedia and kind of blow your mind that way. So he was the first president of the International Monetary Fund. He was the president of CFR for at least 16 years. He was the president of Chase Manhattan Bank. He was the lawyer for OPEC in 1972 during the oil embargo. The list goes on and on and on. But he was on the Warren Commission. He's the one who's given credit for saying the quote that we're going to decide. Actually, it's probably on here on his Wikipedia. So again, too, we're talking about usurpation, right? So you have an individual like this. Now, how did I come across his name? It was actually a quote by Henry Kissinger. And let's go ahead. Actually, I'll pull his picture up here because we want to talk about, again, we want to talk about usurpation, right? So again, second president of the World Bank Group, American High Commissioner of the occupied Germany. Now, if you go to chairman of the Foreign Council on Foreign Relations, 1953 to 70. Yeah, so a name like this or a guy like this, and let's just be honest, I just asked all of you, and kind of none of us, and I'm not going to take any credit of being like oh, I knew who he was, because I discovered him by accident. It was Henry Kissinger. There's a quote by Henry Kissinger that said he is the most powerful man in American politics that never had a cabinet position.
Well, in reality, Jonah, I fault. Of course, we should always do our own research, but I fault the schooling system, because these are the basics of our reality and the system that we function within. The fact that they don't teach us this stuff in school says it all.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm in Canada and we have a national holiday tomorrow, right? Well, the national holiday is the Orange Shirt Day, as they like to call it, or it's National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. Well, fuck schooling, fuck education, because actually, fuck it. Real quick, before we go back to John J. McCloy, I want to actually bring this up here. I curse too much sometimes, but let's go ahead here before I go on.
My parents in Sesame Street taught me how to read and write, and from there, just give me a fucking iPad.
Let me go ahead and show you the etymology of the word education. And give me a second here. I'm having problems typing in right now because, like I say, this laptop's been sitting around forever. I'm going to do the search live so everyone can see my search results. I don't care.
Does it come from the Greek word educare, right? Which means to bring out that which you already have? Educare?
No. Right here. So education, straight from etymology online, 1530s, child rearing. Also, so when all this here can be wiped out because that makes nothing when they say also, the training of animals from French education, directly from Latin. So education is the training of animals.
Huh.
And they're telling right. So when they tell
we are kind of animals, right?
Well, in law, remember, a person is owned in that,
But what's the Latin root? Is it educare?
It's
educare is one of them, and there's a couple of them there.
Yeah, educare. That means to bring out that which you already have, like your emergent nature.
But it also makes me,
It
also makes me think of the book 1984. There's a part where they're the main character Winston is describing his childhood and the school system that he was brought up in. It's very like programming orientated. Basically, it's all like a sort of Pavlovian conditioning, and I think that's what happens in our education system as well. It's all Pavlovian conditioning.
Yeah. Now let me go ahead and point out here that like I say here, tomorrow's a holiday, but let's go ahead here first. So if you go to the Communist Manifesto, right, and the 10 whatever, right, the 10 planks or the 10 it's the 10 planks, or I forget the other word that they call it, but anyways, basically what it is that public education is going to be one of the 10 planks of communism, right? Then you go to the 25 points of the National Socialism. Well, they also have public education listed on the National Socialists, right? So the communists and the Nazis both wanted to have public education. Now, you also look at the holiday that we have here. So for over 100 years, the RCMP was kidnapping First Nations children at gunpoint under the authority of the Canadian government, or actually the British government, because we were still Commonwealth at that time. So then it kind of all starts under them, Commonwealth, right? Something like 50,000 kids went missing, abused. There's
molested,
500
sacrificed, etc., etc.
Yeah, there's a 500-page document about the that was produced by the RCMP and not the public, not like a independent that literally just goes through all of. So it's called the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It's a holiday here, but again, too, right? The federal government was the ones doing all the work, and then they make it a federal holiday, so they get paid not to work.
Huh.
So that's what I have to say about education here.
Well, quick point. On page 106 and 107 of Robeson's Proofs of Conspiracy about the Illuminati, they want to abolish the monarchy, private property, the right of inheritance, patriotism, the abolition of the family, and then the abolition of all religions. And that those planks were the same as the Communist Manifesto and the same as all the other.
And that's why I say that I'm a monarchist or I'm pro monarchy, and people think I'm making a joke or they think I'm just being stupid. But these evil people are literally the ones that got rid of all the monarchies.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time too, the monarchies are like some of them they're just to me they're still the same ones because they were in power the whole time with the now when we're talking about the Rothschilds, like I don't think they're Jewish at all. I'll say that outright. If I look at their crest, all I see is Babylonian. I see Knights Templar. I do not see anything Hebrew on there. I see the red shield. We can pull that up real quick, actually, and I'll show you all the stuff that I see on there, just for fun.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, go ahead.
Their name isn't originally Rothschild. They changed it to Rothschild.
It's Bauer.
What's that?
It's Bauer.
Bauer.
Yeah, Meyer Amschel Bauer.
Yeah, that was something they did. Did they convert to Judaism? Are they Khazarians? I'm not sure if that's really been isolated. I know that they.
I don't know the exact. I don't know exact. I say it's all a lie because too, right? Now let's go ahead and while we're talking about them, right? Let's go ahead. So you also have okay, yeah, we see there, and why is it not showing the large one on my screen? I must have did something wrong. Go ahead here. There we go. There we go. Oh, no, it keeps open in a second window. God damn it! Here, give me 1 second here. So let's go ahead here, and now if I'm looking at again too, I just did a quick search here. If I'm looking at this, there's nothing on here that says Hebrew. What I'm going to see here is we look at first off, if we look at the two arrows here, the left and the right. There's 5 in each hand, while only 1 or only 4 of the arrowheads are showing here, and 5 are showing down here. So that gives us a total of 9, right? So that's going to be a number tied directly to the Babylonians or whatnot. The Nimrod, or so again too. That's going to be all that's going to be directly tied to nothing Hebrew, right? Then you have the red shield with the disc on it, so they're hiding the red shield there, which again to direct tied in Knights Templar. Now let's go ahead here on is my arrow showing on the screen or no? Yeah, it is, I think. But you see here they have the Scottish Line. Well, with the Scottish Line, you have the Stuarts, you have the Rosslyn Chapel, right? So that's all Knights Templar, correct?
I believe so. And interesting. Like if you look at closely at the shield here, the crest, the unicorn and the lion, they have penises.
Well, that's also silver and gold, right? So I would, because I do too much with Janus, so I would say that's Janus to me. But again, too, that's going to be night and day. That's going to be light and dark. It's going to be black and white, right? So again, too, right? All are they talking about esoteric versus exoteric, right? Again, now if you look here too, right?
What's the merging of two families? The Lion of the tribe of Judah and the unicorn, which is the 49th, the 49th family or whatever. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I thought you were done. My apologies. But if you look here too, right? So you have the same twice, right? Now, last time I was on, we went on about the double-headed eagle of Lagash, right? So
Yeah.
Lagash goes back to Nineveh, right? The Judea of Lagash. Do you guys know about Judea of Lagash?
No.
I only found that one recently since we broadcast. So there was actually Judea of Lagash. So, it's kind of funny. We talk about Judea, whatnot, as far as tribe of Judah, but, I can bring up Judea of Lagash, and I can bring you directly to Library of Congress and show you votives of the Judea of Lagash, who was actually a king, I think it was, within Lagash, which was a quadrant of Nineveh, which is also interesting because it's Jonah, right? Obviously, Jonah ties to Nineveh.
Well, the Masonic phrase "Are you a fellow traveler?" goes back to traveling to the land of Shinar, which was a Babylonian city. I'm pretty sure
that's actually where they built the Temple of Babel. But again, too, I always say that the Temple of Babel is within Quebec, which is really interesting. But
it's in Canada.
Yeah.
Huh. It's not in Ireland.
I'll show you that next. Give me 1 second here.
That's getting into the idea that our history is so fake and messed up that everything is actually in a different place than it originally was.
Well, his perspective is really unique because he brings up the tribe of the area and local legend and stuff. I can't remember how it all went.
Yeah, I'll do that in a brief moment here. I'm actually just pulling up all the tablets from the, again, too, I go to the Library of Congress, right? So this is straight from your government. And it's openly available to everyone. So I'm just saying, Judea of Lagash. Lagash is going to be one of the quadrants of the city of Nineveh, right? Now, Judea of Lagash was one of the kings back in the day who built, if we go through it, he built temples to Enki, etc. It's all very interesting that way, right? And this goes back way before any of the Hebrew connections. Now you'll see here cuneiform tablets from the reign of Judea of Lagash to Shalmaneser. So, we hear Judea all the time. Well, that name goes all the way back to goes all the way back to Assyria and Babylon, right? And Lagash being part of Nineveh, right? So, here we go. Votive cone inscription from the reign of Judea of Lagash. We pull this one up. I think this one's directly to Enki, if I'm not mistaken, because I've gone through some of these before.
Looks like a penis. Enki was often depicted as a penis.
Yeah. This one's inscription, as well. Content in Sumerian. Yeah, so again, too, right?
Oh, but that's killing me. You keep saying that P word.
I know it's funny, but literally, I could show you pictures of carvings of Enki where he's literally a penis, like he's got a big mushroom head.
Well, there's symbols of the fertility.
Let's go ahead here.
The male was the male and the female. The doctrine in the temple would rebirth the initiate into the mysteries.
Yeah, in fact, it's said that Enki would shoot semen out of his head, and that would form the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. Dr. Robert's just like enthralled by this.
Oh yeah. Well, you gotta keep in mind it's symbolism of because the ancient language was symbolism. They spoke in symbolism with visual interpretations through their lack of adjectives, basically.
And because it would transcend language. Once the language changes, we wouldn't be able to understand anything. But if we have basic symbols that can be connected to archetypes of the human mind and consciousness, then we can send that knowledge into the future, no matter what language people are speaking. That's like the secret of the ancients and how they were able to hopefully transfer this knowledge into the future. But these secret societies and people like that are destroying these things in order to maintain their cover up of history, which I find the more I learn about history, the more I feel like so much of it's fake.
So I'm having issues here, and I closed out my share now. Would you possibly be able to try to open up Google Maps there, Dan?
I don't know about that.
Okay, I'll try it again, and if it doesn't work here, anyways, it's called Mount Babel, and it's in Quebec now. Oh, here we go. It looks like it might be opening on Google. It wasn't opening on Edge. So now with the Mount Babel, it's literally a perfect circle, which when you look into it, it kind of matches identical to the measurements that are provided in some of the ancient texts, right? Of what the total size of the mountain would be. Now, the official story for Mount Babel is that it was a Jesuit priest, named Babel who discovered it and named it that, right?
Of course, Jesuits.
But what's even really more interesting here, right? So let's go ahead here, and I got it open. Let's see if it'll open up on Edge here.
So we're pretty far north here, or no, not really.
Yeah, we're pretty far north. But what's really interesting, right? So Mount Babel, if you look around it too, you're gonna have like all these other locations like Relais Gabriel.
Well, what's up with this circle thing? Like it's an island almost.
Yeah, it's a perfect circle. Now what they claim happened is that an asteroid 2.5 million years ago hit it, and it left like a perfect circle, etc. Like, yeah, get the fuck out of here, right? But and then now let's see if I can share it here. 1 second. You have it open. No, I have it open. You have it open. So you'll see on the edge there, right? So you have Relais Gabriel, etc. Again, too. So you literally have an island on the right hand side, Gabriel's relay, whatever. If you do the French translation, I believe it is. If you scroll down a little bit more, you're going to see it talks about the 7. Where is it here? You scroll down a little bit, so there's gonna be. Give me 1 second here. Now, what's really interesting though, too, right? Yeah, Les Sept Lacs. So that's the 7 lakes, right?
Am I looking at the right thing here?
Give me 1 second. Actually, I'll share mine, right?
Okay.
Give me 1 second here. I'll get back to it and I'll share mine.
Trying to shoot it in the dark here. Although this is some fascinating geography, I have to say.
Oh yeah, you're gonna love this when I get more into it. So if you look down or like kind of on the left there, you'll see Les Sept Lacs, SEPT, like September. You see right here where my arrow is, if you can see that.
No, I can't see your arrow.
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second here. So you see the circle island there. If you go directly below it, it's LES. There we go. I pulled it up. Les Sept Lacs.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna switch to yours.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So you have Les Sept Lacs. That's gonna be the 7 lakes. Yeah, this one is going to be the relay of Gabriel. So again, too, Gabriel, that's kind of something that definitely ties into all the ancient stuff, right? Now, let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out here. And so this island right here, right? So it's Anticosti. To me, that sounds a lot like Antioch or whatever, you know what I mean? Which again, too, just, again, set the isles here, right? Set the isles. So 7 islands. Set Riviere. So 7 rivers. This one here, Anticosti Island. That's going to be that. Now, let's go ahead here. And, Acadian, Akkadian. But what if I do this here? Acadian. There we go. Acadian Peninsula. New Brunswick. So that zooms in, right? goddamn, it's pretty much right next to that location, right? So instead of being Akkadian, Akkadian, right? You have Akkadian, Acadian. Now, with that tribe is actually also known as Micmac. If you look into it, they're what's it called? What was I saying now? I forget. Oh yeah, their language is pretty much identical to Sumerian, like their written language, etc. So if you look into it now, this island here, this big island on the right hand side, Newfoundland, New Brunswick, whatever it is. If you look into it, let's say the story of Nimrod, etc., when they tore down the tower, whatnot, right? God created the different languages. Well, this little island here on the right has 69 different recognized dialogues or dialectics on that little island. So
that is very so weird. That is so freaking weird.
Yeah. So again too, right? You go back and literally, I've done it before, and again too, I'm kind of doing this off the top of my head here. So this is your little right here in the center of that circle, and I'll zoom in on it. Perfect circle. Now let's go ahead and zoom on it here. Yeah, that's literally called Mount Babel. Now, as you look into it, you can kind of see here on the right-hand side where it kind of almost looks like it's a stairway going up. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Where that little inlet kind of goes in, right?
Yeah.
And then let's go ahead and try this here if I can do this. But it's really funny too, right? So this is just like, but if we zoom in, this entire island is all just CGI. See what I mean? It's all CGI. It's like
Does anybody go there?
Yeah. No, you can't really get there. It's like it's a provincial park or whatever, right?
Yeah, but I mean that circle is just like.
As far as I know, you can't really access it. Yeah. So, as far as I know, you can't really get to the island itself. You can kind of get around it, but so that's super interesting, right? And again, too, right? You have the Akkadian tribe right there, literally named after Akkad or Akkadian, right? You know what I mean?
Is the whole circle what is the whole circle an island? And is that the Rene Levasseur Island?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And then Mount Babel is right there on that the Rene Levasseur Island.
Holy shit! What's going on here? We gotta go here, guys.
And see, if you look above, and you see again too. I told you they claim that it was named after a Jesuit, Louis Babel, Ecological Reserve.
Jesuits.
So, really interesting, right?
Yeah, no, I want to know what's there. Like to me, this feels like some kind of Illuminati holdout.
Now, here's what's really funny too, right? All those fires in Canada last year, a lot of them were not that far from this location.
Destroying the evidence.
So,
probably using direct energy weapons.
Yeah. No, actually, I did have a TikTok, and I probably still have it, but there's actually if you look into this here up that way, they also have the James Bay, which is inlet of Hudson Bay, which is the Hudson Bay Company, which is enough conspiracy shit touched to it, right? Too, right? So over here on the left-hand side, that's James Bay. Like halfway between that Mount Babel and the James Bay, they had a Quebec hydro. It looked like it was, it literally looked like it was deep military underground that was on fire. I have a TikTok showing it, but and to answer Chad's question, no, I'm not saying that's not a real place. I'm saying that to me, it seems like it's the real Tower of Babel. And you literally have the Akkadian tribe right there. People will say, "Oh, like, well, they're from, it has to be the Middle East. It has to be this. It has to be that." Well, get the fuck out of here. Like, have they told you the truth about 9/11? Have they told you the truth about October 7th? Why the fuck are you believing that they told you the truth about Vietnam or 6,000 years ago?
Yeah, somebody was trying to tell me that all the monuments and buildings and temples in Egypt were actually fake and they constructed them. It didn't really make sense to me because I think about the Great Pyramid. Like, how would you duplicate the Great Pyramid? But stuff like this really makes me wonder. And a lot of it was buried. They just kind of found it not that long ago. So who's to say they didn't just place it there, playing some kind of game of misdirection and illusion?
Well, here's an interesting thing too, and let's see, I can actually pull this open here. I think I have it here, and I'll do that in the background while I'm speaking. But what's the official narrative on? What's the official narrative on the Great Pyramid, right?
Yeah. Hey, Jonah, do you mind if I want to continue with you because this is really some hot fire stuff? But do you mind if we take a little break and you can collect your thoughts and maybe prepare more slides? We can come back and kind of get back into it a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go to the bathroom.
Yeah. We probably all do. Dr. Robert, are you ready to do your segment? Do you want to do that today?
Yes, I'm down.
All right, let's do it. It's been a while. 3, 2, 1.
Don't have some theme music or something? Welcome, dear listeners, to another gripping episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a riveting segment of the enigmatic End of Days radio show. In the shadows of history, whispers echo with secrets, and the known world merely scratches the surface of an ocean teeming with mysteries. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, we dive headfirst into the murky waters of covert operations and hidden alliances, unearthing the chilling possibility of a secretive right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Prepare to challenge everything you think you know and question the very fabric of reality as we journey deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. In our last episode, which has been a while, we ventured into the surreal realm of the unexplainable, examining phenomenon such as the intimidating man in black and bizarre plane crashes that defy logic. We navigated through tales of government cover-ups and eerie coincidences that challenged our understanding of reality. Today we delve into the shadowy corridors of post-war history and the birth of the United States intelligence apparatus. We explore the creation of the CIA amidst the intrigue of the Roswell crash, the mysterious Project Bluebird, in the bizarre confessions of Cardinal Mindzinski. This episode examines the labyrinthine connections between covert operations, psychological warfare, and symbolic quest hidden in plain sight. We follow the pursuit of two children, Tito and Mito, on their journey to find the bluebird of happiness. A tale steeped in esoteric symbolism and profound psychological undertones. We will investigate how the intense historical events of the late 1940s and early 1950s shaped the world we live in today and reveal the hidden truths that lie beneath the surface of our reality. As we uncover the parallels between Maeterlinck's enchanting tale and the dark undercurrents of psychological manipulation and mind control, we invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to ponder the profound implications of these connections. So, let curiosity guide you, dear listeners, as we venture further down the rabbit hole where reality blurs and the extraordinary awaits. Ready to see the world through a different lens, where the impossible becomes possible and hidden truths come to light. We sincerely hope that the End of Days radio audience will enjoy and appreciate this episode, which is aptly titled Unveiling the Shadows, the CIA, Mind Control, and the Search for the Motherfucking Bluebird. Ghost, sickness, and wars rule the Palace of Night. One can delve into the eerie palace from the land of memory, unlocking secrets, communing with the dead, controlling sickness, and emerging victorious in war. Some might argue that my interpretation of this fairy tale is overly poetic. Still, there's no other way to explain the CIA's mind control program, Bluebird, unless Maeterlinck's play inspired it. Consciously or unconsciously, ladies and gentlemen, the architects of this program followed a path similar to our fictional hero, Tito. Bluebird and its successors, such as MK Ultra and Often, delved into behavior modification, hypnosis, drug-induced psychological states, amnesia, and even studies of the paranormal, including ESP and mediumship. The Land of Memory and the Palace of Night were deeply embedded in the US government's mind control endeavors. Tito finds a terrific door at the rear of the Palace of Night and is warned never to open it, as great dangers await those who do, and no one who enters returns to the land of the living. However, driven by his sacred quest for the blue bird, Tito opens the door. He is met with a beautiful garden and a waterfall. But when he tries to take the birds out, they turn into corpses in his arms. They cannot survive in the light of day. Quote, the blue bird, the real one, the only one, that can live in the light of day is hidden here among the bluebirds of dreams that live on the rays of the moon and die as soon as they see the light of day. Act 3, Scene 1, the Palace of Night, the Blue Bird. He must continue his quest, leaving the Palace of Night for the Palace of Luxury. Here, he confronts scenes of outrageous depravity as fat beings eat, drink, laugh, and carouse, joyful in their willful ignorance. Tito, using his magic diamond, sees these beings for what they are: miserable fools. Once exposed, they retreat to the miseries where they can never return. The CIA, like Tito, specializes in seeing things as they are. It uses its version of the magic diamond to strip away a person's conscious defenses and uncover every secret, even those that can jeopardize national security. Tito proceeds to the kingdom of the future from the Palace of Luxury. This land is filled with children not yet born on earth. However, as a living person, Tito is not allowed in this kingdom, which time rules. He secretly passes through, learning new science, technology, and agriculture advances. He finds the blue bird, but loses it again when time discovers him and attacks. Frightened, Tito releases the blue bird and it flies away once more. Next, Tito ventures to the graveyard with its tombstones and silence. This cemetery, much like any other, at midnight, Tito uses his magic diamond to see the dead. As the clock chimes the hour, Tito presses the diamond, ready to face the dead as the subsequent trial in his quest for the blue bird. But instead of ghostly figures, flowers emerge from the tombs. Quote, they had thought that ugly skeletons would rise from the earth and run after them. They had imagined all sorts of terrible things. And then in the presence of the truth, they saw that all they had been told was a story and that death did not exist. End quote. The CIA's motto, ladies and gentlemen, is, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you fucking free. The poignant last lines of this section in the novelization of The Blue Bird are, there are no dead. There are no dead. The family of the late Dr. Frank J. Olson might disagree. As a martyr of the CIA's mind control efforts, his sacrifice has become a rallying point for those who fear the agency's arsenal of psychological warfare and behavior modification weapons. His story will be featured in another episode. From the graveyard, Tito wanders into the forest. Oddly, the creatures of the forest fear Tito in his quest for the blue bird. So, ladies and gentlemen, they desire to kill him. Quote, we must now decide to avoid reprisals. Which form of execution would be the most practical, the easiest, the quickest, and the safest? Which will leave the fewest accusing traces when man finds the little bodies in the forest. Act 3, Scene 2, The Forest, the Blue Bird. During his quest, Tito is accompanied by various creatures, observing him from a distance. A cat, a dog, bread, sugar, fire, and others. Many, especially the cat, fear for their lives should Tyto succeed. The fairy warned some of them, all those accompanying the two children will die at the end of the journey, end quote. The cat, however, is having none of it. Quote, the idiots, she thought, have nearly spoiled the whole thing by foolishly throwing themselves at the fairy's feet as though they were guilty of a crime. It is better to rely on oneself alone. In my cat life, all of our training is founded on suspicion. I can see it in the life of man. Those who confide in others are only betrayed. It is better to keep silent and to be treacherous oneself. These words could be a personal motto for men like Richard Helms, E. Howard Hunt, or Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the czar of MK Ultra. They were loners, desperately private men who guarded their secrets with equal passion. Their training was founded on suspicion, just as the cat's life was. These words can also describe the spectacle of the Watergate hearings or the House Intelligence Subcommittee on Assassinations, where some intelligence agents threw themselves at the feet of the senators as though they were guilty of a crime and nearly spoiled the whole thing. In the story, the cat leads Tyto into a trap in the forest where the trees and animals set upon him. He fights for his life and is saved at the last minute by Light, who warns him. Man is alone against all in this world. Remember that. It's not exactly an environmentalist message, is it? Finally, the leave taking occurs. As the hour grows late, Tito and his younger sister, Mito, must return to their cottage to awaken on Christmas morning. They have yet to find the blue bird, and the creatures accompany them on their quest will not return. The cat has the last word for the animals, saying, I love you both as much as you deserve, which could be the cynical perspective of some people whose histories we will cover later. The children return to their cottage miraculously at 8 o'clock on Christmas morning. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the awakening, a constant theme in Maeterlinck's work, repeated in The Brothel, his sequel to The Bluebird. When they awaken, they realize the bluebird has been in their home all along. The folks at In the Days Radio have taken this much time with Maeterlinck's work to present the case that the selection of the project named for the CIA's first ever mind control program was deliberate and held a certain degree of relevance for the initial team of scientists and spies that made up the Bluebird team. Like Tyto and Mito in the story, they were on a sacred quest to uncover humanity's most profound secrets by delving into their enemies' universal microcosmic secrets. As above, so below. Yet Tyto and Mito were innocent. They were virgin children, morally spotless, on the initiatic journey in the company of light. The Man of Bluebird, Artichoke, and MK Ultra could hardly be considered similarly from the perspective of the ancient mystery religions whose quest they were imitating. They were plumbing the depths of the abyss without undergoing purification. Their personal, private, specific sins would haunt them, soiling their reputations and forbidding them entry to the inner temple. Frank Olson was one of these men who confronted his demons, saw the hideous results of his work in the desperate eyes of his victims, and wanted absolution. Perhaps alone among his colleagues, he realized what he was cooperating with was heinous and wanted out. Unfortunately, Dr. Gottlieb had other plans for Olson. Dr. Olson was initiated at the hands of Gottlieb before he was spiritually ready, when his soul was sick and when hallucinations of terror were his constant companions. His was the first sacrifice of these cynical masters. His blood was spilled on the concrete outside a New York hotel, like the tarot trump, the lightning struck tower. The story of Frank Olson has become an icon, an archetype of demonic forces and the destruction they wreak on the guilty and the innocent alike. It is also the authentic, literal story of espionage, mind control, and politics. A terrifying case that may well lead to the dismantling or reorganization of America's intelligence establishment. Let's take a moment to reflect. As our journey through the rabbit hole approaches its end, In Today's Radio invites you to ponder the following questions. What did you feel when you first heard about the CIA's mind control programs like Bluebird and MK Ultra? How does the idea of a government agency delving into the human mind challenge your perception of reality and control? Have you ever experienced a moment where you felt someone or something was manipulating your thoughts or actions? How did you react? In what ways can understanding the depths of our minds empower us? What moral ethical dilemmas do you think the scientists and spies involved in these programs face? How would you navigate the thin line between scientific exploration and ethical boundaries if you were in their shoes? How do you think the revelations of these programs have shaped public trust in government institutions? What lessons can we learn from the past to prevent similar breaches of ethics in the future? How does exploring these dark chapters of history make you feel about your quest for knowledge and truth? What steps can you take to ensure that your pursuit of knowledge and understanding respects ethical boundaries and human dignity? How do you think the victims of these mind-controlled experiments felt? And how does the experience shape your view of psychological and scientific experimentation? Can you find compassion for the victims and the perpetrators, understanding the complex motivation behind their actions? How does learning about these mind control programs change your perception of power and control in society? In what ways do you think individuals and institutions use psychological influence today? And how can you become more aware of these influences in your life? What do you think lies at the heart of humanity's obsession with unlocking the secrets of the mind and the unknown? How can embracing the mysteries of life lead to a deeper understanding and appreciation of our existence? How does the contrast between the innocent quest for title and might and the sinister undertakings of the CIA's program reflect on human nature? What does this duality teach us about the importance of maintaining our moral compass in the pursuit of knowledge and power? What do you believe is the legacy of the Bluebird, Artichoke, and MK Ultra programs on modern psychological and scientific practices? How can you contribute to a future where scientific exploration is conducted with integrity and respect for human dignity. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for more unsettling truths as we continue to delve into the shadowy world of mind control in the dark corridors of power. White Rabbit Kill Squad. Hootie hoo, dedicated to the woman who has stolen my heart. And you know who you are. Peace, Dr. Robert.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Another great episode of Down the Rabbit Hole. We are about to come back. Our friend of the show, Al, aka Martian Medicine Man, he did create some music for us to play. So we're gonna play one of his songs. This is called "Calm Before the Storm."
son, you need to slow down, okay?
Yes, officer, I will.
Alright, I gotta go. I got another call. You be safe now. I'll put my next customer.
And welcome back to the show. Thank you so much, Al, for providing us with that original track. That was Calm Before the Storm 4 by Al, aka Martian Medicine Man. You can check out him on YouTube, I believe. I think he's on Spotify as well. We'll have to touch bases with him. All right, let's get back to it. Get back to our buddy Jonah.
What's good? What's good?
What's good? What's happening?
Nothing. I'm go ahead.
So we left off talking about this crazy island, the Rene Levasseur Island, Sacre Bleu. And it's an actual almost perfect circle with a mountain in the middle of it. It almost reminds me of some of those flat earth maps where they have that island and in the middle is a mountain, Mount Meru.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely, so I've just started sharing again because I want to do something else because, I'm actually really glad that we're doing this live and direct, because it allows me to actually just pull up information as I see fit or, so that's really great. But, oh shit, where's my search on this?
Well, to go along with your theory, the Arcana of
Where's my
Freemasonry.
search on this shit?
To go along with the theory, the Arcana of Freemasonry states that they believe the Jesus mythos came from the Mayan and the Yucatan Peninsula, and therefore the rest of the mythos could also be from the Americas of the Tower of Babel.
Really interesting you bring that up because I always like to. I always like to point out. Anyways, I can just do this. Fuck it, I can just do it by Zoom in, right? Anyway, so let's go ahead here. So we just kind of zoom out. You can see in the top corner where that shit is right here, Mount Babel, right there. So let's go ahead and see if we can find something else that's directly tied to the Knights Templar. Really, really big thing, and it's
You talk about Oak Island?
This here. I'm just gonna see if I can zoom in and just pick it up myself. If not, I can go to my other screen. And fuck it, I think I'm not gonna do it here. So let's go ahead. I'll go to my other screen and show you. There's another place that directly ties to the Knights Templar, to all these other families, etc. That has a show on the History Island. It's another island. Can you guess the name while I get the link? Which is right in that same area.
I wouldn't know.
It might be a tree. An island named after a tree. Hell yeah, it's also right there. So I just want to kind of show you where that is too, right? So just that's one thing that came to my mind while we were on our little break there. So this is where Oak Island is, and you'll see how close it is to like it's literally right there too, right? So again, too, they came over and allegedly hid all the Templars' gold right there, right where Mount Babel possibly is, or where Mount Babel directly is, I should say. But so yeah, if I zoom out here, you'll see that's all East Coast Canada.
Yeah.
And then we scroll up here, and well, so I mean, very far at all, right? So we scroll up just a little bit more. Let's go ahead. I'm not going to waste our time on this, but let's go ahead. I did say that, I did point out that these people were manipulating the results for Ashurbanipal. So while we're on our little break, I pulled that up too, and I've downloaded it to my computer. So let me get the link here so I can actually open it, like the direct link. And I'll open it up in the tab, but you'll see here, man, it's super interesting because he's got that Maltese Cross. That goes back to 600 or whatever, right? But I mean, I like to say everyone wants to look for the false flag, but no one wants to look for the flag. You know what I mean? So you have all this information. So again, this is the exact same that I was showing you, right? Remember?
Uh-huh.
Now we zoom in. This one's much clearer. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, that is so weird. It's like they actually kind of scribbled it out in that other one.
Yeah, and that's on the Wikipedia, right? So let's go ahead here because there's a lot of. Look at how fucking crisp this is. And when you go straight to the British Museum, which is really interesting because you got the sundial watch here down on his wrist. You got the Maltese Cross right there. Again, that could be the Wheel of Chaos. That could be the Wheel of Fortune. All these other names for it, right? See that he's pointing at as well.
Yeah, that symbol. It shows up in the Britney Spears video. I forget which one exactly. It's one where she's wearing that red sort of plasticky bodysuit.
Now let's go ahead and look. Can you, without zooming in much more? Can you see what's on the left-hand side of his Maltese Cross? Looks like a
our
serpent
left
to
or
me.
his left?
On our left. It looks like a serpent to me, right?
Yeah.
Hard to say. Very weird little symbol there.
Let's try zooming in a little bit more. If I can. No, can't zoom in any further. Oh, maybe. Maybe. But again, too, right? Everyone talks about the Knights Templar, but well, here is someone from 600 BCE. See, it kind of looks like a snake to me. You have the head on the left-hand side on our left. And then you have like the tail going around, but it kind of also looks like he has his tongue coming out of the head, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you see it that clear, or maybe I'm just seeing things.
Yeah, I could see that being a snake, sure.
So again, too,
I've seen it more. Yeah, I see the eye and the head. It looks like a little dinosaur head. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's like you could have it. You got Brotherhood of the Serpent. You have the Maltese Cross there with the Templars and the Knights of Malta. So that's just something interesting right there, right? Now,
definitely.
Yeah. Again, too, that goes to. I'll zoom out. Anyone can see this is at the British Museum. It's Ashurbanipal. So this is the full size or whatever. Give me a second here.
And who is this again?
He is the Assyrian king from 6. Let's type his name up and see what comes up.
Isn't it Gilgamesh or?
Oh, it's Ashurbanipal too.
I wonder if he was a giant.
It's very interesting because some of his images definitely show him as one.
Can you go back to that for 1 second?
The picture?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to check out the top there?
Yeah, if you look at the symbol between the top of his head or the first one from right to left, it looks like a canonical hat that the gods wore.
Or Dagon or the Pope.
Yeah, they say those are like horns, or they might be serpents.
Yeah.
But pretty much in the old depictions, all the Anunnaki would have those on, and then on top of it, it almost looks like a fleur or something like that.
Fleur de lis.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, Jordan Maxwell says that's a phallus.
Everything's a dick.
Well, if you look closely at it, it does kind of look like a phallus anyways. It kind of has that mushroom head at the top of it.
And then you also have this thing to the left of that, our left, and it has a little like cross in the center of it. And
the swastika, you mean the sundial? And it shows the sun rays.
Huh. Yeah, that I believe that's an Assyrian symbol, isn't it?
So the swastika itself, actually, you can look it up. What it is if you look at Ursa Minor, which is Polaris, right? If you look at Ursa Major, which is the Big Dipper, and if you look at the position of the swastika, it's the 4 seasons. So it is like all of our ancestors would use it because they would have known it's spring. So that's time to, well, in the north, like you and I are, and Clint, they would have known it's spring, and when it's in the bottom left portion, so they would have known, hey, it's time to plant. Then in the top right portion, they know, hey, it's time to pull harvest. So it's literally the 4 seasons as Ursa Major rotates around Ursa Minor or the Polaris.
And then also look at his eyes. Like, do those look like human eyes to you guys? Look how big they are. They're giant size.
They kind of look like the shape of the Eye of Horus too, like with the beard.
Yeah, I've seen other like little statuettes and figurines and things like that where they're depicting the gods, and they have these really huge giant eyes, and they're bright blue.
And he's kind of fucking pig nose, I'm not gonna lie, but he's wearing a fez too, right?
Oh, a what?
A fez?
A dress thing?
And then like the Muslim or whatever, the Shriner is the fez. And he's got that scepter in his hand too, right?
Huh.
So,
yeah, a lot of interesting little details.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and we'll go to his Wikipedia so we kind of give everyone who he is. He was an Assyrian king, guardian of the hair in the Neo-Assyrian Empire. Was the third king from 883 to 859 BCE. So that's kind of funny because the one earlier said it was 6 something BCE, but this one's saying 8. So now you'll see here too on the left, Pallas and Kalhu and Nimrod reliefs. So those are Nimrod in the city Nimrod, not Nimrod the god, but so again too, you have all these reliefs of him, whatnot, and let's see if I can find anywhere it may look at me. I do believe that it does kind of make him look like a giant. So I'm just trying to see if any of them are here on this CIA webpage. And then, there you go. If you're in Brooklyn, you can go check out his reliefs. Chicago, all these New Jersey. So all these different places have different reliefs of him. Minnesota, Ohio, New York, Baltimore, Texas. So, they have all these reliefs of this guy pretty much everywhere, man.
Yeah, except for my area. Like, I always try to find interesting museums and stuff, and they don't really
they had
have
San Francisco there. They had San Francisco Fine Arts Museum.
Well, they do have a...
but again, too, right?
As I say, they do have a copy of the Stonehenge in Washington State that you should check out. It's made out of cement.
Okay, yeah, you were asking about him being a giant too, right? So I'm gonna go here too because this will tell you he's a giant. Now, if you look at this one, right, and this is often how he is depicted. What is this in his arm, right?
Yeah, a whole lion.
Yeah. So yeah, he literally has. Actually, let me pull that picture because I thought it was in the sharing screen, which is not. So again, too, if we're asking if he's a giant, well, he's literally holding a fucking lion like it's kitten, right? So, let's see if it can. Yeah, fucking whore. Oops. There we go. There you go. So there we go. We can zoom in on this one now, right? Too. Now, again, too, that's kind of funny. Did they show the Maltese Cross on this one? No, but he's still wearing that watch thing or whatever, right?
Look at the size of his muscles. Like, he's built like the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah. And this is like just a statue that's still in existence of him, right? So, let's see any other intriguing images that are there. The
He's
watch.
got the bracelet, yeah. And then usually when they're depicted with an animal, even though he's kind of wrestling it around, that usually is symbology itself.
Yeah. And so again, too, that's this is again too what I wanted to point out from the beginning. Here you go, too. He's got wings in this one. So here's one. He's fighting in the lion too. So then you get the whole lion imagery again. Now, the reason I brought this up, though, we want to point out that cross that is tied to the Knights Templar, right, is on the ships. All those ships that of the Knights Templars that went missing, right? But then you see like the ship that crashed into Baltimore, right? It had that same fucking Maltese Cross on that ship, right?
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still on crusades.
Yeah. So again, too, it's just really wild that all that lines up too, right? So now, having said that, though, too, right? Now we also have to go ahead and fuck it. I want to do something else while we're because I did a quick test while we were on our little break here, right? But. So when I say that there's nothing new under the sun, all that other shit, right? That literally the usury is usurpation of your natural rights, etc. All that, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going to show you something here quickly. If I get to the right tab, my apologies. So we know how in 2008 it was all futures trading and all that shit, right? That oh, this was something new and, it's never been done before, this, that, or the other thing. Well, let's go ahead and do a quick search and say, go fuck yourself, because right here, right? I just typed in Antwerp, which would be the burst at Antwerp. You see here the first result. They were doing futures trading in 1600s, which would be, so the way to explain that is, see here you go, subsequent trade. Anyways. I'm just trying to do this real quick here while we're going on. But anyway, so let's go to Wikipedia, which is the CIA anyways, but we'll do that real quick. So, and do futures. So Antwerp, when Venice crashed or whatever, when Venice had, when the Venice Venetian had maximized the, like we were saying, maximized the past lending, you know what I mean? So they couldn't go any further. So they relocated themselves to two locations. One was Antwerp and then Amsterdam. So then that would be like the commodity exchange here, as you see. That would be the first bubble allegedly in our history, which was the tulip bubble. I don't know if you guys know much about that.
No.
So the first crash of a stock market was the tulips. So they were trading on tulips.
Yeah, the tulip fanaticism.
Yeah, so that was the first market crash in history, right?
Huh, yeah, I do nothing about
so much. But, yeah. So even here you'll see. God damn it! So I have a book too. I'm just gonna pull the book here because I was just gonna do a quick search on, but it's giving me a different result with a different search engine. And I have too many things open, but let's go ahead. I'm going to pull a book here and give me one moment here. So do either of you guys know who Lyndon LaRouche was?
Not me.
Yeah. I've heard Cooper talk about him quite extensively.
Yeah, he's actually for anyone that's on the left-hand side or left path or whatever, the left side. He's actually quite well versed in whatnot.
Was he some kind of sadist or focus or something?
No. The left side, as far as politics,
oh, you mean like liberals?
Yeah, as far as like liberals or whatever, he's actually quite authentic in the conspiracy space. Anyways, his organization actually published this text that I'm going to pull up in here, and there we go. It's called the Modern Anglo-Dutch Empire. So you see all this here, Babel right on the front, right?
Yeah, one of the UN things had a Babel right on it as well, and the UN building is modeled after the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, the EU Parliament. So then we go here, and it talks about how it was in Antwerp also that futures trading, a claim on the price of a commodity, a security transaction to occur at some future date, became commonplace. So literally, you're buying, but you're not buying the stock that it's. So you're buying a stock that will either be at a lower price in the future, or you're saying it's going to go down in the future, and then so you'd be futures trading, right? So then if it's going to be higher in the so if the stock price goes up and you don't have the money to cover it, then you have to pay out. You know what I mean? So again, what I'm getting at though is the usury, all of this shit of creation of debt is it's a mortal sin. It's literally the same shit that's been used over and over to create our slavery, and everyone just buys into it, or they're too ignorant to see that. Like I was kind of getting at the start of the show, like when you talk about the Federal Reserve, and everyone's like, "Oh, the national debt." Well, the national debt has not gone down because it is not being paid down at any point in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
it's
if you're not paying
slavery.
Yeah, and again too, you have the word usury, which is going to be pretty much identical to usurp, and they're both versions of use, right? And it's kind of funny because it's like, let's be honest, how many people go to they want to own a house, so they go to the bank, they borrow money, and then who has sat down and actually compared compared the difference of the money borrowed versus the money that's paid back, right? So, and that's the one I was looking for. Again, so we're talking about all the so this here specifically talks about money speculation and gambling. So again, with a futures trading, what you're doing is you're stating that you're gonna purchase. So like, let's say you're trying to buy, I don't know, Chase Bank, right? So you're saying that in the future, the Chase Bank is gonna be averaged at a certain price, and you're gonna buy it, or so hopefully you have the money to buy it, or you're gonna say, the stock price is gonna go down, so I'm selling all of the this many stocks. You don't ever have to purchase it, so it's never you don't ever have physical control of that stock, but you're saying in the future you're gonna purchase it and sell it.
Yeah, and along with that, like they say that insider trading is illegal, yet that's all the elite do, because they have that that knowledge of what exactly is going on behind the scenes, and that's one of the main ways that they maintain their financial domination is by insider trading.
Yeah. And again, too, the one thing that I want to get at, and it's kind of I love the fact. Go ahead.
I was just going to say they use inflation as a means to also do something parallel to insider trading.
Well, I do thank you for bringing that up, because I was just going to thank Daniel, because my life's been so busy. I didn't actually have time to make the tabs, the screenshots that I wanted, which is even better because, I kind of just did this on the fly. But when we're talking about inflation again too, right? Let's talk about inflation. Okay, so let's go ahead here. First thing is, if we speak directly about, let's say the national debt within the USA, right? Okay, cool. Now that national debt is what, 35 trillion now? I think it is something.
It's something like that. It's
Now-
ridiculous.
Now, here's the problem. Here's what the problem, or what no one thinks about. If you go ahead and think about it like this, right? So that first, the first bundle or first budget that was ever printed, probably in 1917, after that, the Institute for Government Research, right? They've paid they paid the interest on it, but have they ever paid that principal down? You know what I mean? When you're borrowing every time, so every year they borrow more money just to pay the interest that's already there. At any point in time, are they paying down? I mean,
Well, my theory is that they're using us in collateral to the international banksters.
but let's go ahead here. Since we're talking about the Federal Reserve, all that bullshit again too, I like to just do this here, right? I know the Minneapolis Federal Reserve actually has one.
Well, I've heard certain
Although
economist type of people, they'll say, you hear economy's going up, economy's going down, good economy, bad economy. But in reality, there's only bad economy because of the reason you just stated. The national debt just keeps increasing.
Yeah,
Not going to get
the principal is never being paid down. The principal is never paid down. So when you don't pay down the principal, right, and then you just borrow money on top. Now we could go ahead. There's 100 different reasons here, but let's go ahead. So I'm on the Minneapolis Federal Reserve. It's minneapolisfed.org. You see that, right? You see about the bank on the side here. You see here, right, Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. So I put in $1,000 in 1913 is going to be worth a total of $31,817.16 in 2024.
Yeah, it's funny when you see stuff like, and that's part of the reason why none of us can really get ahead, because the inflation is just it's always ahead of anything we can accumulate, and our lifespans are so short, which I think also has something to do with the gods or these elite people behind the scenes and the toxification of our environment and health. You never reach any point where you're born a slave, you die a slave. Very few people.
Well, let's go ahead again too. It starts with usury, right? Again, too. So for the Jews, it is a sin to perform usury on another Jew. For the Christians, it's a sin completely. It's a mortal sin. And then for Muslims, they're not allowed to collect interest from another Muslim, right? So Christians is the one that
it is weird. It is weird that usury is actually part of the Talmud, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it outright says that they can't collect interest on another Jew.
But you can't goyim.
For the secret societies, anyone who's not a member is their lawful prey.
Yeah, but again, too, what I will point out too, everyone wants to be like, it's the Jews, it's the Jesuits. Again, too, I hate the Jesuits, but I don't necessarily blame them, because at the end of the day, it is the pedophile priest, it is the rapey rabbis, and it's the fucking creepy clerics. No,
I know what you mean. We want to know who the bad guy is. Like, naturally, we it's something that we all crave and wonder about. But like, where does it stop? Is it aliens? Is it giants?
No, it's gonna be your religious leaders. Like, so if you're Christian, it's gonna be your priest, it's gonna be your rabbi, it's gonna be your pastor, whatever. Right? It's literally going to be those same people that across the board. So it's the ones that, just think of how much money is collected in the name of church restoration, or to build in the third synagogue, or, whatever else. Now, again, too, this brings it back to the very start. I said, let's name it kicking over tables. Why is that? Because the money lending was performed in the synagogue. So that when he walked in, like, if you go to, I don't know, Matthew, whatever it is, 21 or whatever, when he went in, it was the money lenders that he started whipping, according to the Bible. Jesus went in, started whipping them, kicking over tables. What's that?
He's like, fuck these guys, starts whipping them like animals.
Yeah. So when they say, what would Jesus do? WWJD, I say, what would Jonah do? And yeah, whip those motherfuckers. And kind of like there's so much more to this topic. You know what I mean? But
But
right
it's
now,
so interesting because, like, to me, I'm looking at an entire plot line, entire story. It says in the Bible that in the time of Revelations, the merchants will be in control. And then contrast to that with what you're talking about just now, flipping over tables and what Christ did. This is all coded into the Bible. The story that we're talking about, the usury, the deception, the inflation, it all ties together.
yeah, and and another quote, beware of wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, okay, let's go ahead and just talk about the wolf in sheep's clothing. And fuck it, I got the picture right here, so I'll pull it up here.
The Fabian Society.
That might be it, but I'm not going to say yes or no yet. Just so I got the picture right here.
Oh yeah, well that's their logo is the wolf in sheep's clothing, and they
I know,
also
you're
wear a red shield.
You're ruining it, but hey.
They're like, hey everybody, we're evil. Just letting you know.
But so that quote actually comes from the Bible too, right? It's literally beware of the wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, let's go ahead. You have Sydney Webb and Beatrice Webb, whatever, right? Now, if we want to go ahead and just talk about them too, right? Well, I'm pretty sure they started a school, the one school of communism. Oops, I mean economics, right? So here you go. You got Fabian Society, right? So that's the London School of Communism, right? Well, let's go ahead. Like I say, man, I'll do this all day in live access. You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and look at. We'll go to Wikipedia and even just look up who the graduates are of the London School of Communism.
All right.
Again, this is the Fabian Society. They're a bunch of communists, anyways, whatever. So let's go to Wikipedia because they'll show us who like their famous graduates are, etc. Now they have a second logo. The Fabian Society has a second logo, and that is going to be. Oh yeah, here you go. So the Rockefeller Foundation was the ones who like donated a ton of money through Spellman, his wife's foundation. But let's go ahead here. I do know that they have the famous graduates here too, because I've looked at this before. Notable people. Okay, so let's go ahead for a more comprehensive list of people associated, whatever. Who cares about that? But let's go ahead. You got this one right here, who's a alleged son, but it's really Fidel Castro's son. Like he's a graduate right there, right? John F. Kennedy, graduate. Go ahead. A lot of people talk about George Soros, graduate. There you go. Ursula von der Leyen, graduate. Anthony Kennedy, the Supreme Court Justice, graduate. Yeah, fuck him, right? Let's go ahead. David Rockefeller.
This is it, people. This is your world. These are the people.
Karl Popper. Anyone who doesn't know Karl Popper, you must read his. George Soros talks about the Open Society, etc. Karl Popper's the one who wrote all about the Open Society, so he's kind of like a mentor or whatever to Soros. So that's the London School of Communism. Let's go ahead. And this is all financial, right? Too. When I call it the London School of Communism, it's the London School of Economics, right? So these are literally communists that are, again, to creating a system of usury, and creating slavery. But let's go ahead here, and you would probably know what I'm looking up, Clint. But if not, what's the one famous thing for the economics? London School of Economics.
Well, I wanted to say a side note real quick. In London, there's the highest amount of Masonic lodges per square mile than anywhere else in the world.
So this is the Fabian window. Let's see if it comes up here. I'll go back. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, the Artificers of Fire.
No, that's not the full one. Let's go ahead. Here we go. Now this is really cool because let's go ahead and this was the stained glass window was originally created for George Bernard Shaw, as you will see. But we're going to scroll down here and let's go ahead. Tony Blair, the guy, and obviously I've looked at this a few times, right? Tony Blair is the guy who actually unveils it when they reinstated it at the school. Here he is, that fuckhead who deserves to die.
He's also a Knights of
But I'm
Malta.
not saying.
He's also a Knights of Malta.
I'm not saying anyone should kill him, but I hope he has a very painful death. I hope it's worthy of the pain that he's inflicted on the world. But I'm not saying anyone should do it. I'm just saying that I hope it's there, right? You know what I mean? Not making any threats.
No, I agree. These people, they deserve nothing but hellfire for what they're doing to all of us. They're enslavers. They're the people that are responsible for so much misery and so much sadness. It's endless.
Yeah. And of course, they're not going to let me zoom in on it. So let's go ahead and go back here.
Plus, a lot of them are pedophiles too.
Dude, that's also like, I mean, I can't say for certain, but I've seen enough things that talk about like in certain religious texts that if you have sex with a child under 3, that the hymen grows back, so it's not sex because they're still a virgin because it grows back. Like there's some weird shit out there.
Oh yeah,
that's a I think that goes back. Actually, I'll just say it here because they can't realize, because I'm pretty sure it goes back to the Babylonian Talmud. So they can't say it's anti-Semitic because it's the Babylonian Talmud, not the Hebrew one, right? So.
Oh yeah.
The Babylonians were not Semitic, so if I'm quoting them, it's nothing to do with Semitism. But anyway, so here we go. Here's the full thing. Now the top is going to be Sidney Webb and George Bernard Shaw hammering on the world here. And if you're looking close, it's actually kind of like a iron mold of the world or whatever.
And they just premiere this to everybody. Like, look at this cool new window. Meanwhile, basically what it says is we're fucking you all over.
It says remold it nearer to the heart's desire.
Do as thou.
And that's actually a quote from a communist book.
Sorry, they constantly play a game of, you guys are so stupid. You don't even know what we're sticking in front of your faces.
And then you see here, pray, devout, hammer, stout. I don't know. And then you scroll down here, and there's other shit here on the windows here or whatever. But on their knees. Yeah. And this is going to be Beatrice Webb here, the female. Beatrice Webb and Sidney Webb were like, there's the wolf in sheep's clothing. So there's all kinds of, again, too, like I say, usury. So the London School of Economics does, it's going to push all the usury, all that bullshit. So again, everything, all this all ties in. Now, when you look in, and then, people will talk about like the, I've been accused of it too, or I've done it too. Like people will talk about like, oh, Frederick Hayek or Mises or whatever. And I'm like, as I got older and the more I dig into this, I say, fuck Frederick Hayek. He fucking went to the London School of Economics, communism, and he fucking brags about it, and he talks about it, and he fundraises for it. So fuck him. You get Milton Friedman, right? He's the one who set it up so that your deduction comes off of your check, so you never see how much money you send to the IRS, right? Now, we know that's fucking socialism. We know that's statism, whatever. So what does he do? Well, on his deathbed, he says, oh, it's the greatest mistake in my fucking life. Well, what? You're supposed to be an economist. You're supposed to be all wise and informed on all this shit. What, you never fucking seen it anywhere else in the world? You fucking smuck.
So many of these guys, they just want to make that little last ditch effort. Like, there's that saying that like evil people, they live a long time because they know they're going to go to hell, and they're just trying to hang on to every last breath.
Yeah. And again, too, like, it's kind of funny too, right? Because like, again, I love the fact that I wasn't able to put all these slides together because I think I put it together pretty fucking, just on the fly, right? And that, that institute for the government research. Now, also, let's go ahead too, right? I wish Robert was here because I forgot about this, but I'm going to bring it up now. So again, too, when we talk about the Knights Templar, right? I mean, the official story right, is the October 13th, 1307. The Pope had them seize all the property or whatever, but they never got any of the fucking merchant vessels, right? You know, all those merchant vessels that were built in Venice, which was another money-lending city. So it was the other side, because you think about the Fourth Crusade before the Templars were making money, right? So you have all the French people that showed up in Venice and had to purchase I can't think of anyways, they purchased like a number of ships, and then they went over and they conquered Constantinople, right? They were supposed to go to Egypt, but they ended up in Constantinople and they conquered that shit, right? Now, there is a Justinian from Constantinople, so this is all that's off the top of my head too, right? But there is a emperor from Byzantine Empire named Justinian, but there just so happens to be a family in Venice named Justinian. Now, at the same time, right, you have the same time you have there was two different nation states or city states that were financial capitals, right? There was Genoa and Venice, right? And Genoa is going to be the one who they did a lot of the funding of the Freemason bullshit story where 1492 he sucked his cock blue. But, yeah. So that story, right? That's all. That's going to be that was funded by Genoa, but then too, right? There's a number of reasons to believe that the Sinclair family, who again, too, you look at the Rothschild again, the bottom right corner, right, was the Scottish Lion. Well, the Sinclair family, right? The Sinclair family and the Zeno family out of Venice is said to have been in North America 100 years before fucking Columbus. They literally have cartography that's available. They have stories of the trip, but they didn't suck the cock blue. So I mean,
well, you're familiar with the that 8-sided tower on the East Coast that was predates colonialism. That was obviously a Templar temple.
I'm not familiar with that, but I know Vinland, which is literally fucking a Norse village that is 1100 that you can go visit in the fucking New Brunswick. Again, ties back to the exact same fucking islands that I was showing you earlier with the Acadians and the Oak Island, all that. So there's literally a Viking village that's still accessible.
Well, you got to ask why the Native American tribes have all these stories passed down from their ancestors about big cities and technology and stuff like that. So many of them do, and I think that has something to do with the reason why these people were genocided in the past, because they wanted to cover up kind of what you're getting at, that there was many peoples, civilizations in North America.
Let's go ahead and if you pull up the screen that I'm sharing.
Oh yeah, the people.
So you have this one here, Métis. Now, it's kind of funny here because they're saying, the term is used to describe communities of mixed European and Indigenous descent across Canada. Well, it's actually French only, not European. But again, too, here's Louis Riel. He's going to be a famous one. He's actually, there's a holiday for him in the province of Manitoba in the month of February. Well, he and his parents were employees of the Hudson Bay Company, so go fuck yourself. Like the Métis were supposed to be like a complete, they were at war and pretty much genocided, but they gave a holiday for this guy who was a rebel, but also became a premier a member of parliament within the province. So we scroll down here, right? Now here's the other thing right? I think it was you that this name Métis is Zeus's wife. So you have French mixed with Aboriginals, and they're named after Zeus's wife, which is Hellenic. So what the fuck is that, right? So then we go here. I just went back to the search results. let's go ahead and what the fuck is their flag? Oh shit.
Oh.
French and First Nations, but they're Ouroboros.
Ouroboros.
And it's an Ouroboros. It's definitely
in the Viking
it's definitely
times,
not a petroglyph, but it's a Ouroboros.
well, the Vikings would use a double Ouroboros as their cape pin. They used that symbol frequently.
Yeah. And so I mean, too, again, look at you have here about recognized with so they have 5,000 people across 1.25 million acres in Alberta, right? Like so this is like a mix of French and the total population in 2021 is 624,000 in Canada and unknown in the USA. Like what? So none of these French have mixed with these indigenous since then. You know what I mean? So, but then they're also again too. Let's go ahead here and type in Métis and Zeus. Like I think they probably say different in Hellenic, but again, these people are literally French people that are named after the wife of Zeus, who is Hellenic. Does that make sense to you?
No, it's very weird.
Doesn't make sense to me. So what the fuck, right? Again, too, was easily equated with Prometheus here, right? Go ahead.
One thing that's weird is how
and I'll point out the mother of Athena and Horus, right?
Huh. Yeah, history gets really blurry back, before like the 1800s. It's very easy to falsify history if it's before anybody was born or before the invention of the camera. And then yet you have, I learned this from some of those mud flood type of videos and stuff like that. Yet you have photographs that seem to be almost in medieval times. So even the invention of the camera is very fuzzy.
Dude, let's just go ahead and point out we had Ole Diamagard on 2 weeks ago, and he talked about how they falsified history 3 months ago in fucking front of everyone's face.
Yeah, very true.
So, or there's Vegas shooting too. Like, what the fuck, but let's not go there because, so far I've cited everything. So, like, if they want to, we might have to put this on Rumble if they would, because we're talking about a lot of shit about banking too, where they kind of get mad about that, right? But everything's been documented, right, and sourced. So that's why I wanted to do it that way too, right? Now,
yeah.
I don't know. Like, I mean, we could go further and stuff, but again, too, a lot of this is just overlapping. I don't know if you guys had any particular questions about kind of anything, any opinions or, I mean, like, I can go.
I would assume that Maltese is a parallel to Isis of Egypt.
I mean, probably really. I don't know about that. Dan seems to be more about the gods. Maybe he knows.
I know that the French were obsessed with. Oh, sorry.
Pantheons don't always line up exactly. Sometimes one individual from one pantheon can be like a couple individuals from another pantheon. But anytime you have a goddess or a mother goddess, that's a matriarchy that, in a sense, is like all the same in a way because they're all connected to the earth.
Yeah. Now I'll answer myself on this here because I'm going to school completely different on it because let's go ahead. So Isis, right? Now Isis is married to Osiris or whatever, and they created a Horus, but that's also directly aligned with Nimrod, Tammuz, and Semiramis, right? So you're literally lining all those up. Well, we've definitely talked about Nimrod and Nimrod the whole fucking time today, right? So that's going to be another lineup. So if this is an equivalent, now here's the other thing. What is the story of Babel, the Tower of Babel? That humanity combined together under one tongue, and they were building a tower to reach the heavens. And God broke them up and separated them. Now it's kind of funny too because when you talk about all the different pantheons. Does it make more sense that all of them were stealing from each other? or possibly they're telling the same story with different variations because they've all been separated as per the story of the Tower of Babel, or there's other names for it that I'm drawing a blank on right now, but even in Africa, they talk about it. They talk about it in Asia, whatever else, right? They talk about it in the First Nations here. So, we all kind of
that's something that's very, very prevalent in occultism. Like Blavatsky writes about it, how the gods are basically the same everywhere, as if they traveled around and kind of visited everybody.
And again, too, I like to point out, like, man, let's go be honest. Let's just do something simple. Let's say you're out and you and your girlfriend witness a murder, right? Are you going to have the same two stories when you talk to the police? No. So why the fuck would you think that all these different cultures would have the same story when it comes to their gods, or they're telling the same story with their own fucking color or their own history?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going back to Assyria and Babylon, their gods were actually enemies of each other.
Yeah. And then again too, right? We go to Judea of Lagash, like I was bringing up earlier, right? And that's Gudea, right? Now, again too, and I'm gonna blow a little smoke up my own ass and take some whatever right now, but I find that when I'm doing research, I have the ability to I don't give a fuck how far or how hard I'm on a rabbit hole. If something tweaks my gut, I grab it and go. And that's there's a lot of people who will just stay on that same thing or whatever. They look right past, again too, like John J. McCloy. We've all read his name with him being the first World Bank president. He was on the Warren Commission. He was the High Commissioner. He was the one who released the Krupp family from World War II in the Nuremberg trials, right?
Yeah, Jonah, sorry to cut you off, but I was kind of alluding to this on past shows. I'm definitely starting to notice that your brain works in a very unique way. You have a way of kind of like you described just now, you'll grab onto things in a way that I don't think the rest of us really do.
Yeah, I got to. I just say it's my gut. I don't give a fuck. I'll be in the middle of something where I'm 98% on it, right? And then I get a citation, and it'll be just something I don't know, it's just something literally oh, that seems really, and there's sometimes where, okay, a perfect example, have you ever heard of the Foundation of Cycles or whatever? So I've that's something in the past, with the Babylon banksters, Joseph P. Farrell talks about the Foundation of Cycles. Well, I've listened to that book probably 3 different times, and then when I finally was at the point where I was just, wait, what the fuck did he just talk about? And I went to the website and right away I was like, oh wow. Right, so that's literally a organization that all it does is collect cycles of everything, like pig iron or birth rates. It's literally a collection of every kind of cycle possible, and then they use it for financial data, right? But again, too, sometimes I wasn't at that point where I was that much into I wasn't at that time, in the last, let's say 6 months ago, I was more going down to Janus and the god of chaos, right? Because Janus also goes by chaos. So about 6 months ago, I was more interested in that. But now that we were talking about the financial and that I heard that, I'm like, ooh. And sometimes you have to just, what I'm basically saying is I don't care how much you're dead set on one topic or one theory. If it hits you, you gotta just drop the other thing and go into it, because we all get that.
I think a big part of it is letting go of the ego, because we all have all these little biases, and some people call it cognitive dissonance. That word gets thrown around a lot lately, but it gets so in the way of furthering the research and just furthering what we know collectively and individually, because you got to kind of do just that. You got to be able to almost just drop whatever's going on and just be open to whatever's coming up at any time. That's the only way you're going to get anywhere with this stuff.
Yeah, and again too, the citations, man. Like, I don't care. Like, there's a lot of books that I go to, but any book that I go to that I frequent, I've picked it up from a citation. Right? It's like I was talking about earlier, that war cycles, peace cycles. I picked that up from a citation, right? You know, what are some of the other ones recently? I can't really think off the top of my head. But you know, when you have a book, whether like let's say Bill Cooper, although he doesn't really do citations there, but let's say like with Joseph P. Farrell, when he does all of his books, right? He cites all of his research. Now, just because he cites his opinion on the facts presented by the author doesn't mean that he's seeing the full picture or relaying the full picture of what is important to you. Right? And so, you know, if you're interested, if they're coming and there's a topic or a chapter that really hits your point, really hits your research, hit all those fucking citations.
Yeah, I think that's also why some of these guys, like these authors, like I'm thinking of Bram Stoker, like he's talking about like some real fucking occult rituals that these elite people are using and stuff like that. He's alluding to them, but it's a fiction.
Yeah.
And because it's a fiction, you don't have to have any citations or anything like that. A lot of authors have done that in the past. I guess you could even kind of say that the Fabian Society in 1984, Animal Farm and stuff like that, it's kind of the same thing. It's not a book full of citations, but it's a fiction. And when you write a fiction, you don't really have to do that stuff.
Well, let's go ahead here and fuck it, let's have some fun. Do I have that? Let me go to my drive real quick. Let's have some fun. So have you ever read or the Joseph P. Farrell about transhumanism and alchemical? And since you brought it up, not Bram Stoker, but Mary Shelley.
Mary Shelley. I have read. I have read Frankenstein
and
by
Percival Shelley.
And who?
And Percival Shelley and all the. So I'll just show you here because I'm gonna download that book real quick and then open it. I have it on my drive.
Oh yeah, Frankenstein is full of some real.
Well, I'm not talking about Frankenstein directly though. I'm talking about like Joseph P. Farrell does a transhumanism book about that and androgyny and all that.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of like thinking of the whole creating life thing. Like that's that's so transhumanist.
Well, and he also he does 2 chapters in that book. I forget what it's called. Alchemical, it's something about transhumanism or whatever. It's Joseph P. Farrell, but you know, and what's going on here? Of course, it's gonna when I want to do something good, right? It's gonna slow down on me.
And it's also weird how like electricity is a big part of like the Frankenstein thing, but it never says in the book that it was electricity that brought the monster to life. It could have been anything.
Yeah. And 1 second here. What the heck?
But we kind of imply that as if like, you know, maybe because of the way our bodies work, because everything's kind of like chemical, electrical.
Yeah. Oh, damn it. It's on the wrong Google account here. But let me try the other account. Anyways, yeah, he has a transhumanism book. He goes a lot into.
Is that
a lot into how trans are?
Is that like a newer one?
Okay. Yeah, it is. And he actually goes into like it actually starts off how like all of you know, if you go back, and it's kind of funny too, right? Because you think of all the these Illuminati or whatever you want to call them, right? And all the push towards you know, like the, you know, the androgyny and like all the like when they join these secret societies, they all have to wear skirts, or you know, the celebrities have to wear skirts or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Well, and then this book it goes into how like all of the ancient gods, whether the Hebrew, you have Adam and Eve, where basically were they one like androgynous hermaphrodite type
I never thought that about Adam and Eve, but that does make sense because
possibly you're right.
Yeah, she's made from his rib.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, now and then you think about it too, right? Splitting the rib too, right? So like if it's kind of like a Siamese, right? Well, you split the rib and if they're combined androgynous male human or man and woman, right? Well, then you have you put them into two, right? So, well, then you go to Plato's banquet, right? Well, on Plato's banquet, he talks about how we humans we used to be equivalent to God, right? When we are both male and female, and then Jupiter was the one who split us according to the Greek pantheon, right? So it's really interesting that way, right? But
let me ask
again,
you something
too,
real
right?
quick, Jonah. I finally thought of a question. So, like, what do you think of this whole like Yahweh thing? Do you think that Yahweh is God, or just like the God of one of these peoples from back in the day, or maybe he's even like the bad guy, like some Gnostics believe?
I don't know. Like, let's go ahead here because I'm gonna come at it a completely different way, right? What the fuck is this doing here? Of course, it's gonna be all slowing. Anyway, so I've said I've done a lot of work with Janice, right? Anyways, so let's see if I can do this here live. Let's see if Google will do it. Translate, whatever, fuck. So, Jupiter, Jove, etc., right? You go back to Etruscan, which they spoke the Latin language, right?
Etruscan.
So you have IOBI variation of Jove.
The people before the
Romans. Tech language, Latin. Okay. Let's see. How did I do this again? Let's go ahead and Serbian Latin. What the fuck's that? Okay, my keyboard's all fucked too because anyways. Why is it saying Serbian Latin? That's fucked. Oh wow. Do you know what Google? What's the one where they read other languages? Not translate, is it?
Yeah, Google Translate. Yeah, Google Translate.
Anyways, I don't know.
Sometimes.
Yeah, go to the website. Anyways, that IOVI. When you say that in ancient Latin, that is Yahweh. Now, they have that carved into the stones in Gaul that is like 3,000 or 4,000 BCE, right? Now that's Jove. So again, too, when you're talking about Yahweh, okay, IOVI is going to be older than Hebrew language, right? Oh, fuck you. Pop up in front of me here. So IOVI, Yahweh, and let's see if it'll actually pronounce it properly or even detect it, right? Because let's be honest, they do that shit too, right?
Yes.
Back in the day, will it actually play it? Is my sound?
Oh shit!
I don't know.
Yobi.
Yeah, Jupiter or Thor.
Yeah, I'll do that again. Okay, I'm going to show you. See, it's Jupiter there, right? So IOVI is Jupiter, which is Janus.
Yovi.
You hear? So again, too, I've read numerous documents where you would say that is Yahweh, but even then,
Yovi.
Yovi.
So is Yahweh? is Yahweh Jupiter?
That's
Oh shit!
something
Let's see if I
that
can pull that open here.
that's something that like I've been wondering for a while. This is just more evidence.
Let me
Like,
go
man,
ahead.
wow, that's mind blowing. Mind blowing.
Yeah, I can actually have fun here. Some fun here. Let's see if I have the document. No, I don't have it on this. So let's go to the Library of Congress. I'm going to do this in live time here. See if I can do it here, but it's kind of I may not be able to. LLC.gov. Now, what would you say if I have a text from the Royal Historical Society from 1915 before the his temple to his god Jav, Jauve. So let's see if I can pull that up in lab time, because it's really just called the general history, so it might be hard to find.
He's got the whole world in his hands.
In Jav, see what it comes up, because I do have it, but it's not on the computer. Like I said, this thing's been down forever, and I actually have the screenshots on my phone. But again, too, like I don't want to spend too much time pulling up shit. But I mean, it is so easy to find this, and again, too, to be honest, some days I could listen to the book or read it, and I never would have picked it up, right? But then, if a week later or a week earlier, I wouldn't have fucking even heard that shit, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not finding the one that I was looking for, but let's go ahead anyway. 10 century government of the United States. New American Encyclopedia, Dictionary of the English Language. Oh, that looks interesting. Why does that come up when I look for Solomon and Job? Again, too, this is just kind of how I do it. But let's go ahead, and I'm going to do this even easier. I'm going to go to my photos, and I'll send it to you on Twitter real quick, because I have it on my phone. I know that. But again, too, right? So then you have IOVI is Yahweh or Yahweh, right? Then now, oh yeah. Let's go ahead and just talk about this now. Now, remember, we go back to the last time I appeared on the show. I was talking about how the Hattusa had that green stone. It's like the exact dimensions of the Solomon's temple, et cetera, right?
Yeah, that's some trippy shit. Yeah.
Well, what if I told you that that same text, if I can find it here on my phone while I'm speaking, that same text says that Solomon's temple was designed by his father David, with the advice of his wife, the Hittite. So it literally ties it right back to that same temple that I said, hey, this kind of like lines up 100%. They have the same dimensions, everything, right? Well, just by a coincidence, I found a text that kind of says exactly all that fucking shit, right? So, yeah. Where is it here? Am I going to be able to find it while I'm live? But anyways, I'm not finding it right now. But it is really interesting again, too, because, oh, wait, no, I have to go further back. I think this might be it. No, this is the same book, so it's going to be another one of these photos. Okay, here we go. And if you go to your DM, it's going to be there in a brief moment, Dan.
Alrighty. Let me see if I can't grab that.
So I sent you the cover page that shows the book that I'm pulling it from.
The general history of the world.
Now let's go ahead. This one here, and send this as well. Although I probably should have screened in, but so when we look at this here, if you go up next to where it says Solomon's Temple, and then you go to the left-hand side, it says Solomon went to Hiram, king of Tyre, to say that he intended to build a house for Job, his god, and that for the purpose of having, anyways, and then considered of these separate buildings, blah blah blah. So again, you see what I'm saying, right? It kind of just lines up everything there, right? And if you can bring that open, maybe. Yeah, and then the second one there. So now, is Yahweh Jupiter? I don't know. I seem to find a lot of coincidences that might say he is. And this is all shit before our history's been changed on us, right? I don't know if you got the second image yet.
I've mentioned this a few times on here, but there's that thing where it sounds like Jew pater, like Jew and pater, which means father.
Yeah.
Father of Jews.
Yeah.
Well, the original.
Yeah, Deus Pater.
Io Pater.
Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, well, the
well, I was gonna.
I would say it goes to the you know what, the Melchizedek, the molten sea Melchizedek. I think we brought this up when you were on my thing. About Solomon's temple and the merging of the two molten metals and the ancient symbol story of the great artificers of fire.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because Jupiter in Viking lore is Thor, and Thor has a large hammer, and and the symbolism, and
and then also on that topic, the swastika is also a symbol of 4 hammers that represent the 4 winds spinning like a hurricane.
Yeah, the other thing too, right, is when we're talking about Jupiter, right? I always say that like if we go to Hattusa, right, we talk about that green stone that's located there. So yeah, if you zoom in, you can see I was listening on Speechify, right? But that's how I study a lot of shit too, right? Because I just play Speechify, right? But right next to where it says Solomon's Temple, you'll see their job is, if you slide over a little bit, scroll up. Like you see on the scroll to your right, you see the Solomon's Temple that's bolded off to the side. Yeah, that text right there should say job. I don't know if anyone can see that or zoom in, but I mean, again, too, this is right from the Royal Historical Society from 1913 or whatever. He talks about Babylonian, he talks about Tyre, he talks about Phoenician art. Like, literally, this is all shit. Like, it's a book. Like, it literally ties every fucking thing that we said tonight, right? Hiram, like all this shit. Like, literally,
Yeah. There was a quote I wanted to bring up in one of the books.
Now, here's the other thing that
about Hiram being Chiram Obi or something. I can't remember what. But it links Hiram to the Luciferian mythos. Damn it. Go on, though, because I can't remember where it's at in the book.
I was going to point out here, too, right? So let's go ahead. And we're just talking, like I said, IOVI, right? So I can actually, let's see if I can pull that open while I'm going through here, right? So IOVI is going to be an Etruscan version of Jove or whatever, right? But then, then you have Jove or Jauve. So you literally have all these different fucking names for these fucking the same guy, right? Now, here's the other thing. Like, when we're talking about modern and or even in so when we're doing the research, and it's not just me, but when we're doing this research, it's sometimes you have to be like, oh yeah, this guy, like this name and this name and this name are all the same shit, right? So what they do is they'll give you a different name, different languages, or they'll change spelling, and then doing this in live time. So right now I'm on the Library of Congress, and I know this book here, The Cults of Cisalpine Gaul. That's going to be the one that they have the, it's going to talk about how the inscriptions of the ancient times, where they have IOVI quote carved into the walls in Cisalpine Gaul. It's going to tell you how about Diana is also mentioned, and again too. So Janet and Diana are going to be the male-female version of Jan. Let's go ahead. Okay. Refresh.
Oh, yeah. Well,
yeah.
To further it,
See, I'm doing
the IOVI,
some good
Cooper
shit.
says,
Doing some good work.
Cooper says that the IOVI.
I'm really glad that I wasn't able to put the
You're cutting out really
shit
bad
together,
Jonah.
like the
we got a little delay.
slides that I wanted to.
Well, I just wanted to
Because
connect. Oh, sorry.
This is much more fun to do it all in live.
Oh yeah. Just to be real quick, the IOV,
Am I
the
there?
IOVA, the word Iowa.
A little hiccup while that was opening.
Can you hear us?
Oh, he's really cutting it bad.
The word Iowa is a Native American word which can be linked.
I'm getting a bit of a lag because I'm trying to open this in real time, or they know I'm getting some good shit. So let's go ahead here. Like it says, Roman
Well,
gods,
now would be a good time to kind of draw things to a close. I think that
I got all this shit here.
4 hours here
in the table content. But like
we'll have to continue this, Jonah.
Yeah, I think it's the first
we still have a lot
here,
to talk about.
Yeah, we can't really hear you. It's like so choppy.
Here, let me pull you guys off for a second. All right. I just wanted to bring you guys back on one-on-one. Jonah, I'm sorry, but we are running out of time. I definitely want to continue this, though, because I see that and I hear that you have plenty left to talk about. So I definitely want to do a part 3 sometime soon. But for now, I do want to draw things to a close and just let you jump up on the soapbox and say whatever you like in conclusion to the End of Days Radio audience out there. And please follow that up with anything and everything you'd like to plug, promote, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, no, it was causing me lag while I was opening that up. I don't know if you want to pull that open real quick. You'll see right at the top of the page. It has Jupiter Dianus in the center there, and it says these inscriptions for 2992 and 2993, right? So it goes all the way back. Now we're talking about IOVI, Yahweh, all that stuff. I mean, right now I don't really have anything to plug. I mean, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, but I've been kind of off grid, so it hasn't been uploaded that much. Every weekend I do, I shouldn't say every weekend, but for a long time, every week, Raven Kiefer and I were recording, but we've been having some hiccups with the connections, as you do, right? So
yeah, having a lot of those issues lately, coincidentally.
Yeah. Well, the start of the show today was my fault. Like I say, I should have tried making sure the laptop was, it's been sitting in storage for like 8 months, and then I was like, oh, cool, I have power, so let's go ahead and fire it up. And then I was like, oh, this is taking a lot longer than normal. So that's why I kind of jumped in on the phone and then got back on the laptop once it kind of. But again, too, no. Like I say, there is so much here, and again, too, anyone who wants to say that I'm a fucking idiot or I'm wrong, or anyone who wants to challenge anything that I've said, or maybe ask contradictory information, man, Troublemaker Jonah at yandex.ru, proton.me, gmail.com. Hit me on Twitter, hit me on Instagram, whatever. If I'm wrong, I'll come out and say, hey, I'm fucking wrong. Someone came back with better information, because I can say, like, all this information that we're going over today, like, I've previously done a show with a New York Patriot where I did a lot of stuff on the Knights Templar, where I would say that the information that I was providing was good with, academic scholarship. But the more I've researched since then, there are certain things that when I piece things together, I'm like, yeah, I was kind of wrong on that one, or I was kind of wrong on this, But so again, too, like, we all have to be able to, say, hey, yeah, there's a lot of information for this, but it might be, it might be opposition. So you might have to say, hey, wait, this kind of doesn't align with this over here from a different source, which is older or more reliable. So kind of jump off on that,
Alrighty. Well, man, I have just been clinging to just about every word this evening. It's been fantastic. Jonah, thank you so much for giving us so much of your time. And I learned a lot tonight. Being flat out honest here, I learned a lot, and I thank you. I will talk to you next time, my friend.
Yeah.
Good night. Lance, it is your turn. Please say what you would like to say to the end of days audience out there.
Oh yeah, I'm on the endless quest trying to find quotes tonight. I did want to do an Adam Weishaupt quote here. The great strength of our order lies in its concealment. Let it never appear in any place in its own name, but always covered by another name and another occupation. And I do have another one too. Regents next. Oh, damn it, that's not the right one. But yeah, I've been looking for this one quote about how the Illuminists would legitimize slavery, and I can't remember which book it is, and it's really just driving me nuts here. But because my computer crashing, and I had to re-get a bunch of quotes. Luckily, I posted a bunch on Twitter. But yeah, to sum it up, check out my channel, Third World Assassin, where I upload William Cooper's stuff, and the quote I was doing earlier about the witchcraft and Masons and the great work and them doing everything all at the same time. It was damn it, fucking that. The it has to do with this episode number 1063 of William Cooper's show, where he talks about the New Age festival that was orchestrated by the UN, and how they were getting everybody around the world to do this prayer, which was basically the definition of that. What I was talking about earlier, how they they have the they work together as one functioning, coherent body, and that to the work they say, think, and do the same thing all simultaneously, and that they emphasize on, quote, a formulated uniformity of thought may have behind it and underlying it the concentrated attention and thought power of the assembled Masons, and that this would be a hypnotic in its potency. It's talking about the true magical work, and this whole great work thing, and this, it's all important because the Illuminists want to make man believe he's God, and the apotheosis of man, and the conversion of all religions into secular humanism, and the it's because there is a weird cultural a culture creating aspect of the fraternal orders, where they remanufacture things such as belief systems, and that it's that's why I like Terrence McKenna, because he would always talk about culture and examining it and its blueprint and so on and so forth, and that these Illuminists and these world rulers, they manufacture culture, and that the culture creates manufactured consent for this economic slavery that we're stuck in, and that these systems really do go back to Babylon and so on and so forth, and that even it's like Cooper says, any medieval peasant, if they seen what we're in right now, they would run screaming for the hills. Get me out of here! These people are trying to enslave me. That's what we're sitting in right now. We're fucking economic slavery soup. That's what they're cooking, and we're in it. That's why that legitimization of slavery by the Illuminati, that's an important quote, and I can't believe I lost it because I'm an idiot. But but yeah, check out my channel, and that's about it. And definitely, it's always fun coming on. I didn't mean to be so quiet this whole time. Between gnats flying in my throat and me looking for this quote and freaking
shit, you need some fly paper. That's why let's get rid of those things.
Well, it's like they get in and freaking they started getting on the cactuses that I got, or those little plants that you don't have to water very much that you got at Walmart or whatever. But yeah, there's definitely a huge psychological factor to how they manipulate the masses, and that it's all very it's they always use the same blueprints. I mean, that's why I'm always talking about that. Excuse me, that movie Full Metal Jacket, where the what's his name, Private Gomer Pyle, gets caught with the donut and he's eating it, or the drill sergeant makes him eat it and stand there, and everybody else is doing push-ups, and then later that night they get mad, and they beat him, and like metaphorically, that's what's going on with culture and society. The Illuminists are pitting the masses against the mass. See, because it's like, if a person gets some kind of special privilege, or a different group of people, they're not asking for the privilege necessarily. It's the leaders wanting to make hatred against, because they need this hatred, and they need people to believe in this hatred so they can manipulate them. Or same thing with fear. They use fear to manipulate, and that's how they manipulate many different cultures, and is fear, and that that's why it's good that your name is Unafraid. Be very unafraid.
Well, I took on that name after going through a summer of gang stalking, and just like these fucking, I don't know what the hell they were. They seemed to be possessed people talking to me through the internet, and I was afraid, but it's like it all hit me so hard and so much that it gave me some kind of shock therapy where I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, I still have a sense of fear. Like I'm not a man with no fear or anything like that, but I definitely, it changed me. It changed me. Like it's like I went to hell, and like if there's any good that could come from going to hell, maybe it would make you a little stronger psychologically, or break you, one or the other. But maybe when you get broken, that's the step to coming back stronger.
Yeah, when you're at the bottom, there's no, it's only getting better,
That's exactly it. Like once you go through like really bad things, what could be worse?
Yeah.
Are they going to rate me for crying out loud? Go ahead. I'll just think about baseball.
Is that a Tool song?
Oh yeah. All right, man. I we better get going. So plug your shit. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, I'm all done. Third World Assassin. Holler at me on Twitter and YouTube, and yeah. You gonna be here up tonight, or you?
I'm pretty burnt out. Probably not.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, take it easy.
Alrighty. See what Jonah's up to. He sounds like he has gas in his tank still. Alrighty. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I had a great time. Thank you to Dr. Robert for doing his segment. Thank you to Al for providing some music. Very hilarious song about reptilians. I enjoyed that. Thank you to our guest, Troublemaker Jonah. Spectacular performance tonight. Spectacular. I would do a quick mind-blowing moment of the day, although I'll trade off time. Like, we do news and segments and stuff, but if the guest is just going, let's make that the show. That's the main event. Fuck it. But I feel like the mind-blowing moment of the day was that crazy island. Like, I want to go there. I see there's a highway going next to it. I want to drive there, get some time off, drive to French Canada. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Please donate to the show. Really need those donations. This show's not about money. Like, when it becomes about numbers and money and stuff like that, it loses what makes it what it is. It's about the light. It's about knowledge. It's about sharing knowledge, spreading knowledge. It's about a true form of enlightenment, of unlocking the mysteries that have been hidden to humanity. Like, I get that kind of sounds like it has a Luciferian connotation, but there are dual meanings out there, and Hermes was punished for helping humanity against the gods. So I say keep that fire burning. Keep listening to that ancient call. Let's keep coming together and unlocking these secrets. I'm Daniel, unafraid. I'm here for you, and I thank you. I'm signing off from these crumbling, broken ruins. I hope to see you next week. We will be back next Sunday. We're on Sundays now due to my hectic work schedule. But until then, have a good time and a good night. You are the wind beneath my wings.